the U.S. and Iran.
They need more of the same.
President Trump Thursday saying while Iran is looking for a deal,
they're not ready yet. They got some evil intentions.
A short while later, U.S. Central Command announced the latest round of strikes, saying drone facilities, coastal surveillance, and other sites were targeted. Iranian state media reported explosions in the port city of Bandar Abbas, a critical hub for moving military supplies on the Strait of Hormuz, and Qasem Island, home to naval assets including drone boats that can attack vessels in the strait. But Iranian state TV's also been airing footage it says shows missile launches at U.S. allies in the region.
Correspondent Ben Thomas, at least 7 explosions have been heard near a military base hosting American forces in northern Iraq. No further details. Additional U.S. tariffs of 10 to 12.5% will be imposed on 60 countries accused of failing to enforce a ban on goods made with forced labor. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says his country continues negotiating the tariffs issue with the U.S.
We are united in direction and objective and purpose and seriousness about the response. We are going to support Canadian families, workers, businesses. Full stop. 2 men, one Jewish, the other of Asian descent, are hospitalized following separate knifings in New York City near Manhattan's Upper West Side, being investigated as a potential hate crime. The New York Post reports the assailant shouted Allahu Akbar prior to the attacks. Protests in Madison, Wisconsin following the fatal police shooting of a homeless man. Police say the man came at officers with a knife, injuring one of them before the shots were fired. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures are up 273 points. NASDAQ futures 64 points higher. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Democrats are hoping to exploit a growing rift within the GOP over the issue of AI data centers.
The data centers are causing concern in rural areas and states due to their likely impact on land, water, and local life. It's an issue that resonates with states like Arizona and Ohio. In Texas, those data centers are rapidly expanding, while both Democrats and Republicans voice their opposition. Republican Governor Greg Abbott has promised to regulate the centers, but his critics say the actions lack urgency. It's still not clear which party would benefit the most from worries about the implications of fast-growing AI and the massive facilities needed to power its growth. Bob Agnew reporting.
The Secret Service says a member of Vice President Vance's security detail being investigated over a suspected news leak. An agency official says the individual is facing an internal investigation as well as a potential criminal inquiry over allegations of the leak. News and analysis at townhall.com. Author Salman Rushdie back in court 4 years after being stabbed on stage.
Salman Rushdie sat across a New York courtroom from his convicted attacker, Hadi Matar, at Matar's federal terrorism trial, telling jurors about the ambush that nearly killed him, blinding him in one eye, in the 2022 attack at a cultural center where Rushdie was scheduled to speak about threats to writers and artists. Matar is currently serving a 25-year state prison sentence for his attempted murder charge conviction. In the federal terrorism trial, prosecutors say Matar was acting on an Iranian leader's 1989 call for Rushdie's death because of Rushdie's novel, The Satanic Verses. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Rabbi Jeffrey Myers is retiring from the Tree of Life congregation in Pittsburgh. He led the community through the aftermath of the 2018 anti-Semitic attack that killed 11 worshipers. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Well, happy Friday morning, everybody. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at, among other things, weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in the capital of the South, Richmond, Virginia. High today, very seasonably comfortable, 84. A low tonight of 67. Right now, the temperature 66 degrees. Squirrels fall to Hartford last night 3-1 at Carmax Park on University of Richmond night. Don't I feel good as an alumnus? 7:05, first pitch tonight for the two teams. Moving on to the nation's capital. You're going to see a high today of 85, a low tonight of 64. Right now, the temperature in Washington, 63 degrees. The Diamondbacks are in town for the weekend to face the Nats. First pitch tonight at 6:45. In Atlanta, you're looking at a high today of 81 with possible storms, a low this evening of 74. Right now, the temperature is 78 with a touch of rain in Georgia. The Braves topped the Padres yesterday 6-5. They'll travel to Baltimore for interleague play this weekend. 7:05 first pitch for the Braves and O's. In Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 86 degrees, a low tonight of 69 with showers and storms, and right now the temperature in Middle Tennessee, 70 degrees. Philadelphia, looking at a high of 85 today, a low tonight of 65. Right now in the city of brotherly love, the temperature is also 65 degrees. The Phils welcome the Yankees to town this weekend. First pitch tonight at 6:45. Morgantown, shout out to all Yins. High today of 82, a low this evening of 66 with some rain. Right now, the temperature in Almost Heaven, West Virginia is 58 degrees. And last but not least, my Yinzers in Pittsburgh. Going to see a high today of 81, a low this evening of 67. Right now, the temperature in the 412, 55 degrees. The Cubs come to town for the weekend. First pitch between them and the Buccos, 6:40 tonight. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins tomorrow morning, as a matter of fact, from 9 to 11, all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, you know what to do. Go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. And now for a few words to the wise. Yesterday, I stated that in response to my advocacy of steadfast adherence to individualist principles, some would criticize me for it, affixing to me the invalid label of quote-unquote extremist. I also said that today I would reverse engineer of sorts what I had said yesterday. You know, come at it from the opposite angle. I'm going to do this by critiquing the would-be critics, who, if they aren't all overt proponents of the same worldview, are the exponents of one in particular. And that worldview is pragmatism. Of late, I cannot think of an instance when I've heard the adjective pragmatic that it wasn't intended to be a compliment. It should be thought of as one of the worst ways to insult a person. Being pragmatic consists of squarely believing in the here and now, of doing quasi-hedonistically, if not outright hedonistically, what quote-unquote works/feels good in the moment, without a care in the world for tomorrow or the tomorrows after that. Being pragmatic means pretending that fundamental truths aren't fundamentally true, and that ignoring them is no big deal. As this makes for bad practice, being pragmatic is in no way, shape, or form practical, which indeed is not a synonym for pragmatic. As noted yesterday, we're where we are today in American society because following initial quote-unquote harmless indiscretions were other, not quite so harmless ones, all of which together threaten to result in death by 1,000 cuts, with which each proverbial wound more injurious than the last. I'm not making the potentially fallacious case that pragmatism methodically leads to slippery slopes. Instead, I'm arguing that pragmatism automatically results in watery graves. You see, adhering to a valid principle is like standing on one line or one side of a line in the sand. Either we're abiding by the truth or to some degree not. And once we're not, once we're on the other side of that line in the sand, we're in arbitrary land, where pragmatically anything goes. This isn't a matter of chance, but rather causality. And the more that we indulge ourselves in arbitrary land disregarding truths, the harder that reversing the damage gets, to say the least. Akin to trying to put toothpaste back in the tube. Not altogether impossible, heck, it got there in the first place, but difficult and potentially pretty messy. Avoiding such a mess is the best plan for success. Alternatively, if this advice is too little too late, for example with America, we're looking, dental pun fully intended, to plan B. We'll pick up here next week. Might get more controversial, so hold on to your butts. But in the meantime, this has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
Crazy as it sounds, kids are using AI to make sexual depictions of people. Like, hey Claude, make a picture of my English teacher naked, or something. A CNN story says 75% of teens have seen online pornography, but this new phenomenon freaks people out because no one has the ability to control it. No Hugh Hefner to first audition the image with a weekend at the mansion over oysters and drinks. The story says a fifth have even created AI-generated sexual content. Apparently, nudification apps are ubiquitous. While teens are making and looking at this stuff, most are also worried about being the victim of it. Aha! Hang on to that for a sec. The story admonishes parents to get ahead of this and not only have the talk with their kids, but have ongoing talks. A suggestion which could go south really quickly, right? You'll have a nice lady from the state knocking on your door one afternoon with a questionnaire for you and a squad car waiting in the driveway. But the story also emphasizes that, quote, AI-generated sexual content affects how they view what their body should look like. This is especially concerning considering teenagers are at a time in life when their bodies are changing constantly and rapidly, close quote. $1 million idea from outside the box. Have kids contemplating a sex change to first create an image or video of themselves naked in their new gender. Post it to all of their friends and the world. Then see how that goes over first before making an irreversible surgical decision. Or would that be humiliating and create lifelong emotional scars? Ahem. Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the social.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next-level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
You hear a lot about weight loss injections because the results are dramatic, but injections aren't for everyone. So doctors created a new generation weight loss supplement. This is non-prescription lean, and the science behind it is impressive. The studied ingredients in lean are intended to address weight loss in 3 powerful ways: help maintain healthy blood sugar, help control appetite, and help convert fat into energy so you burn it faster.
Get 20% off with discount code Godzilla at TakeLean.com. Code Godzilla at TakeLean.com.
John Fredericks on the dial, cutting through the noise and style. If you want it straight, you know where to go. He rolls like thunder, head to toe. John Fredericks Radio Network. John Fredericks Radio Network. Godzilla of Truth. Hear that roar. Godzilla of Truth. John Fredericks Radio Network. He brings the facts and he brings more.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5655. 46. And now, here's the Godzilla of truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who never has a failure to communicate, John Fredericks.
Welcome to the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Here we are, Washington, D.C. I have a monster lineup coming for you today, absolutely monster. But what about John Thune? The only thing that matters right now after the New Jersey debacle and everything you know going on with these illegal voters and ID, and it says 80%, is why won't John Thune get 50 people? Why won't they bring this bill to the floor? I don't think there's another thing that matters right now, except what the hell is this guy doing? I mean, what is this guy's deal? I have no idea. Now, let's just start with, before we even get into anything, because I'm a little bit fired up today, guys, because I can't believe we just can't get this. We just can't get this going. And John Thune now is blaming the White House. So Thune, who was he's not a leader. In fact, when you call him Leader Thune, it's the biggest oxymoron in the American English language. You could put his picture in Wikipedia under the word oxymoron because there's no Leader Thune. This guy can't lead his way out of a paper bag, or he doesn't want to. He doesn't either want to or he wants to lose. I don't know which it is. Probably a combination of the both. They're just riding out Trump. Been saying this for weeks, months now. They're riding out Trump. They just want him to go away, and then they can get back to Rove, Bush, McCain, Romney, George Bush, Jeb Bush, that Bush, who Bush. They just want to get back there. It's never going to happen. They're done. That party has been taken over by MAGA, and I'm focused on MAGA 2.0, grassroots level. Talk about that later. Now, let's get to cut one. Here's John Thune, the feckless weasel that he is, suggesting that, well, maybe the president has to get on the phone. Maybe this is the White House job, not mine. Even though you're the leader and you can't even get 50 of your 53 conference members to vote for something that 80% of the American people say they want, 90% are Republicans, 97% are Republicans. Go ahead. John Thune, feckless weasel that he is, roll it.
A battle is brewing between the White House and Senate Majority Leader John Thune. The battleground? You just heard it, the Save America Act. The White House wants it passed now, as in yesterday, at least by the August recess. But in a 50-50 Senate, the bill is practically DOA. But that's not stopping the president from demanding a miracle before the August recess. Well, Leader Thune is firing right back. He tells the White House to stop complaining and start dialing.
Maybe she or somebody else ought to get on the phone and get the votes. Right? It's 50 around here. So instead of, pointing the finger at Republicans, they might think about going after the people who are stopping it on the floor, which is the Democrats. And if there are Republicans that they think are gettable, get on the phone.
With now Republican strategist Leslie Shedd and Democratic strategist Sawyer.
Unbelievable. I just find this to be incredible that this guy can't do anything, and now he's blaming the White House. I guess maybe that would be Susie Wiles or somebody else, to get on the phone and get the votes right. Well, why don't you get the votes? Why do you keep telling us you don't have any votes? Why do you keep telling us you don't have 50 votes? Like, why are you here? What is the deal with this guy? I have absolutely no idea. Okay. The bottom line of this thing is we have got to get the SAVE Act passed. I don't know what you have to do. And if it takes the White House getting involved, if it takes the president getting each one of these wayward senators in his office in the Oval Office on a one-on-one. I don't know what it takes, but we are running out of time. Time is not on our side. We have to get this done by the August recess. That's what Carolyn Levitt said at the press conference yesterday. You have until the August recess to get this done. Once that's gone, we're cooked into 2026. You've seen the voter rolls. You know why these states won't now give these to the DOJ, because you don't know how many illegals are on there. You know, we had the New Jersey chairman on yesterday, Christine Hanlon. She said, we don't know if there's 6,600 or 66,000. Nobody will give us the voter rolls. So now we're depending on her lawyers. This is the governor of New Jersey, Mickey Sherrill, depending on her lawyers to do the investigation, whose job is to protect her. This makes no sense. And so I don't know who these senators are. You need 50. He said, I can't count to 50. Well, I tell you what, Thune, I got a news flash. You're not going to be able to count to 50 on primary day in 2028 either, when Kristi Noem kicks your ass 62-38 in a primary led by Lewandowski. When you get killed, you're not going to get the 50% there either. So if you want to get the 50%, you might start now trying to count. And stop the nonsense. This is nonsense. I can't do this. I can't do that. I don't have this. I don't have that. Go get it done. Or get out. Just get out. Okay, I got a better suggestion. Quit. Just give up your leadership post, because you're not a leader. Say, hey, look, I failed the president. See, I would have respect for him if he said, I failed the president. I failed the American people. I can't get 50 votes out of my conference. I'm going to give somebody else a shot here. Let's nominate Mike Lee for leader. Let's nominate Rick Scott for leader. Let's nominate somebody for leader. I would have more respect for the guy than to sit there and whine every day and then blame somebody else. Like now he's blaming the White House. It's not the White House's job. You know who the senators are. Set the meetings up. Call the president up and said, here are the 6 people I need in the meeting. Individually. Murkowski, Collins, the guy that's dying, Weekend at Bernie's, Tillis, Cassidy, whoever the no votes are. Rand Paul, who knows? Whoever they are, get them in the Oval Office, sit them down and say, here's the alternative. You're either going to vote for this, we'll never support you again, your career's over, even if it is now, you'll never get a job in D.C., you'll never get your $2 million lobbying job, and let me tell you the other thing. Do it for the country. Because if these communists win, there's no country. So do it for that. Instead, this tit for tat. I don't like tit for tat. I never did. It never works. That's why I don't like what's going on in Iran. They bomb, we bomb. They shoot an arrow, we bomb them. Just going to wipe them out. You know, this whole you do this, I'll do that. No, how about I'm going to do this. Good luck. And I'm not going to tell you, and I'm not going to certainly tell you on a Truth Social. I'm just going to take you out and then have a nice day. I don't like the way this is going. It's too mamby-pamby. It's too pussyfooting around. When you're losing your country to the communists, it's no time to pussyfoot. Put your big boy pants on. Thune, take off your crybaby diapers. Would you like some wine with that cheese? Would you like some cheese with that wine? It's basically all you do. And get out. I mean, if you can't do the job, get out of the job. No one's going to, no, we'd be better off. Say, look, I just can't do this. I can't get the votes. Maybe somebody else can. Give somebody else a shot. That's why you have relief pitchers. A starter can't get the job done. Is seam through the lineup 3 times, waiting for the, 1-2 curve ball over the outside corner. You got that twice. Now you're just waiting on it. I mean, they have no respect for this guy. He's a clown. Okay, he's a clown. And so they know it. Everybody knows it. And so what I'm looking for is action, 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 action. I want to get something done. That's it. I want to get something done. And right now, we're not getting that. Let's go to cut 4. This is the absurdity of what we've going on. This is Andrew Colvin, who says, America is relying on the honor system for illegals not to check a box. I mean, this is what our This is what our voting system has come down to for the Democrats, hoping that illegals don't check the box. And even when they don't check the box, they get in the rolls anyway, and somebody admits them and then picks a party for them and sends them a ballot so they can vote for the Democrats. Why? Because the Democrats are going to give them money and let them stay here so they can vote for them. Of course they're going to do that. So of course they're going to vote for the big D. Who's ever got a D by his name? D for the illegals mean stay in the country, get welfare, get fraud, get money, get phone, get food stamps, get health care, get benefits. Hit that D button, I get all that. So we're relying on the honor system, and then we're relying on Democrats in charge of Board of Elections to kick the ballots out, which you saw in New Jersey. They did the opposite. They put them in, according to the software company. Roll it.
How about the fact that New Jersey has like thousands of illegals on their rolls? Thousands. And, you think it's a coincidence that like the DHS came out and says we're going to punish any governor that is letting these rolls collect dust, and the next thing you know, she's like, all right, look what we just found here.
Yeah, it was a coincidence, absolutely. We have political power right now, and I am begging Republicans in D.C., use it. What I see is 6,600 reasons more, as if we needed more, to pass the Save America Act. What most Americans don't understand is that 19 blue states have what's called motor voter laws, and they give them to illegals and non-citizens, driver's license. So when they go to the DMV, we are relying on the honor system for them not to check a certain box. That's all the Western civilization is hinging upon, Jesse. It's absurd. There needs to be laws passed that mandate you show an ID and you prove your citizenship, or these blue states are going to run roughshod over their democracy. And really, it's a constitutional republic. It's a joke. It's a laughingstock to them, and we have to make sure that it remains what it's always been, what our founding fathers intended it to be, Jesse.
Well, they say in New Jersey they're supposed to check it, and I guess they just never checked. I mean, do you think they actually check? I have a feeling the strategy is don't check at all.
No, Jesse, you're absolutely right. There is no consequences for this stuff. Their assumption is that if enough of them do it, they can't prosecute them all. We have sitting senators say we don't want the Save America Act passed because it'll make it harder for Democrats to win. The Washington Post did a whole deep dive into this, and it would be true. It would make it harder for them to win because they're depending on the fact that nobody's ever going to get punished for this. There's no reason not to do this, and they have the numbers on their side. This is why they flooded the country with millions of illegals and foreigners over the last decades. They're banking on us not being able to police it all.
Yeah, they flood them with the foreigners and with the ballots, and that's a pretty dangerous combination.
The amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
John Fredericks Media on YouTube is all that and more. Wake up to watch the John Fredericks Show live and stay on top of the news you need to know. Rewatch your favorite guest interviews, follow John's national media appearances, and dig into the archives of America's Godzilla of Truth. All that and more. It's John Fredericks Media on YouTube. Hit YouTube, search John Fredericks Media, subscribe, bookmark it, log in today. John Fredericks Media on YouTube.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Back here live at the Waterfront Village with my friend, the zombie, Jonathan. You're looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right, you're great zombie. And
don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, great to have you back. I'm John Fredericks, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. Phone lines open, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Great to have you with us today, as always. And we got awesome lineup today. We got so many people on. Let me just go through it very quickly. Colonel William Bernard Dunn is going to be with us at 7. Rich Butkus, New Jersey, 7:35. Rob Crilly and reporter McCabe coming to us live. Rob will be here. McCabe at the White House. They'll be live at 8. Majority Whip Tom Emmer, 8:30. The Virginia Gang, 9. And in the Virginia Gang, we've got a former senator, former governor, George Allen. Dave Williams is going to be with us, running for U.S. Senate. U.S. Comptroller Jonathan Gould will be here live in studio. And then an extra half hour till 10:30, we're going to have Admiral Brian Christine with us in the Department of Defense. So we've got a great lineup here. A lot of people coming live. We're looking forward to it. And again, you want to call in 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Okay, let's get to the phone lines where we've got Dave in Arizona. Dave, line 1, you're live.
Appreciate the righteous indignation this morning, Godzilla.
Yeah.
Love it.
Thank you.
So I think we need to fully remove the scales from our eyes, if you will, and not be naive. I'm not saying you are, but there are some people out there on our side of the football that are. This is not a bug in the system. This is a feature of the system. We have leaderless John Thune in the Senate, who is not thwarting the will of President Donald J. Trump. He's thwarting the will of we the people. We just saw the NDAA pass yesterday, and almost all of the Republicans voted yes to merge Israeli intelligence and military with the United States intelligence and military. So we'll effectively not be a sovereign nation. Now BB-Net and Satan is going to get plans for the B-2 bomber? Come on. Totally unserious. Let's go to the next branch of government. Let's go to the Supreme Court, right? The judicial branch. Now birthright citizenship is actually approved. Oh, hey, by the way, you can cast and count a vote for 5 days after election day. That no longer means anything. Now let's go to the third branch of government, the executive branch. Where is J.D. Vance, member of the executive branch, not doing his duty as president of the Senate? I pulled up a month ago a list of the 36 at that point, 36 different Republican senators that gavelled in the Senate to prevent President Trump from having any recess appointments in his second term. And as you know, he never had a recess appointment in the first term. It's not that they don't trust President Trump. They know that he will do the will of the people. We are in the midst of a complete insurrection, full-fledged tyranny by the people that, quote-unquote, serve us. They've forgotten this dynamic. This is a very dangerous time. So I pray for our nation because I anticipate that very, very soon this is not going to end well for the people that laud their power over we the people. Thanks for letting me rant, sir.
Well, listen, that's why we're here so that our listeners can rant, get something off their chest at 6 a.m. I mean, I get it. You're up all night. You're worried about this stuff. You care about the country. You never have to apologize on the show for your own rant. Okay, that's why we're here. This is a community, and so we do want to hear from you. And I get your frustration. The frustration right now is centered in the U.S. Senate because this has got to get passed, or they're going to continue to cheat. I mean, we had a president that basically a week ago, yesterday, got on national TV, outlined all the voter fraud going on, outlined all the problems in the system, didn't rehash 2020, just told you what was going on right now, and said if you don't have a safe electoral system that people trust, you don't have a country. And 3 days later, we find out that there's all this fraud in New Jersey, and we don't even know where it is. We said 35,000, they said 7,000. Who knows? Maybe it's 70,000. No one knows. Then they lie about the software company who then says, well, look, we just gave it to them. And then somebody had to fill out what party affiliation they wanted. Like they didn't even do that because they didn't even understand it. But somebody had to do it to get it passed on the voter rolls. So this is a conscious effort to get illegals to vote, which is how the Democrats are going to win, which is why they let the 20, 30 million illegals in the first place, Dave. So, I mean, this shouldn't be a shocker to anybody. I mean, they let them in so they could impact the census and they could vote. That's why they let them in. That's why they gave them everything, so they'd vote for them. Because Americans, citizens, don't like the Democrats and they don't want communism, so they're not going to vote for them. So they just imported new voters, which is what Obama's vision was. And now you're seeing it laid out in front of you, and still we got people coming on TV saying, well, it's voter suppression. Yes, it is voter suppression. You know what? Dave, they're right. I've come to their conclusion. The SAVE Act is voter suppression. It's suppressing the act of non-citizens voting. That's what it is. It's suppressing non-citizens being able to vote. It is. It's an act of suppression. I mean, this is how stupid this whole thing is. And we can't get 50 out of 53 senators to see this and vote for it because they hate Trump. So screw the country, screw Trump. So basically what they're saying. And every one of these people should be called out. Like, we don't even know exactly who's not voting for this. We think we know, but we don't know. So just by bringing it to the floor, you know, and then you hammer them in perpetuity. And that's what Thune is trying to avoid. That's why they won't bring this to the floor. That's why Collins is like, oh, it's never going to get, we're never going to win out. We don't have the votes. Well, are you voting for it? Well, it doesn't matter. I don't have the votes. That's what she says. It doesn't matter. We don't have the votes. Unbelievable. You know, it's so the whole thing is just it makes your blood boil. So of course, Dave, you're going to get up at 3 a.m. in Arizona and come on and rant. Of course you are. There's no doubt about that. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in? 888-480-5646. Well, it's that time again, and it's time for me to take my lean. Tell you what, I'm starting to lose weight. Now, I don't get on the scale every day, but I can feel it, right? You know how you just feel like, I think I'm losing weight. So I'm going to take my lean right now. I do it right on there because I'm busy in the morning. So I do it for you guys. This is my little bottle of lean. And I got to take 3 of these with some water, right? Got my water here. And it takes about, I don't know, what do you think, Dan? 10 seconds, right? To pop.
Yeah, about 10 seconds.
Yeah. Good news is you have to drink water, right?
Can never get enough water.
No. The body has a cry for water. It really does. I drink a lot of coffee and, a couple glasses of wine at night, maybe a vodka. On a Friday night, I'll have a vodka when I get home. A couple of shots of Grey Goose, but that dehydrates your body. Body can never get enough water. So drink water all day. Take your lean. I just took 3. All you have to do is go to takelean.com, takelean.com. If you're serious about losing weight, guys and gals. Now, if you're not, then don't take it. But if you're serious about losing weight, I love this because it's doctor formulated. It supports metabolism, gives you energy. It targets your appetite and burns fat. It's GMP certified, but the whole thing is this. Okay, Dan, and put the ad back up on screen. The great thing about this lean is that it's not an injection. I don't take injections. All right, they're synthetic. I don't like them. Your blood sugar spikes, and then when you get off it, guess what's going to happen? You're going to put the weight back on. So what are you going to do? Inject yourself until you're dead? No. Thing about lean is it's sustainable because it curbs your appetite by the day. You're able to sustain it. It's sustainable. And that's what I think is critical. So all you have to do is go to takelean.com, takelean.com. Promo code Godzilla is going to get you 20% off. You can scan it there on the screen if you want. Promo code Godzilla, 20% off. I got a lot of people taking it now. Take this journey with me because I'm 245. Now I'm 243, so I'm 2 pounds down. I'm determined to get to 225, which is, 18 pounds. And I think I'm going to be able to do that. I get to 225, game over. I mean, I'm just in great shape. I mean, from 285 in June of 25, right? Or 24, something like that. June of 24, right? I was something like that. I forget when I started PhD weight loss, but I was 285. I started in Cape Cod. So I just don't remember. I get mixed up. Last year was, what was last year? 25. So it would have been 24. So, 24 to 26, 2 years. So by the time I get to December, I'll be down to 225. That's 60 pounds. That's a life changer for your body and for your health. So check out lean. I think you're going to have success with it. Go to takelean.com, promo code Godzilla, 20% off. Larry, our announcer in Rich Vegas, line 1. Larry, you're live.
Good morning, John. Good talking to you again, my friend. I first of all, I just want to say I agree with everything you said about the war and what's going on. But I want to just give you a shout out. I saw the numbers for June, and they're fantastic. You got a great staff. You have everybody that you need right now. And the only way this program, network, your show, and the show you have on here can go up. Your voice is becoming stronger and stronger every day. Just keep up the good work that you're doing right now.
Thank you, Larry. And, look, thank you, Dan, for putting this up. Our monthly reach in June set a record 21.6 million, almost 22 million listeners, which is, I guess 6% of the entire nation. We heard us from some point during the month. That's a huge number. Now, is that sustainable every single month? No, right? Things go up and down. But as Ann said, it shows you what the potential is. Because if you can get to 22 million once, you can get there twice, right? So you kind of get through the ceiling. So, we're going to continue to do what we're doing. We got a lot of changes coming to our network. We've built this thing from the ground up. There's a lot of reasons why this thing has been successful. Our TV channel continues to grow. And I think we're on top of a lot of different things. But, here's one thing. We've proved two things. Truth is back. Truth is back. You can now sell the truth. For a while there, you couldn't sell it. Nobody was buying it. They want clickbait. They want sensationalism. They want splash. They want conspiracy. They want to hear what they want to hear. And if the truth didn't mesh with that, they tune you out. That's what was going on for a while. We've now proved truth is back. Clarity is back. And it's now selling. Selling, I mean, people tune it in. And 2 years ago, that was not the case. The other thing we've proved is the sports audience and the conservative America First audience is one and the same. And that was our theory 8 years ago when we started carrying the Steelers, or I think of the Ravens, and then the Ratbirds kicked us out because of Trump. So we went to the Steelers. That was our original vision 9 years ago. And now we've expanded that. And a lot of people mocked that. They said it was never going to work. People, they did one or the other. And I'm like, no, it's the same. So, that's kind of where we're at. So thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Anything else you got, Larry?
Yes, John. I was talking about the sports as well because, you hit the nail on the head about sports and politics are the same people. We just want politics while we're watching sports.
Exactly.
Also, I had some good news. I had some great news. I had a CT scan done this past Monday, and as of right now, I'm still free and clear of cancer, and everything looks good.
Great, Larry. Great. Happy for you and happy that you're feeling better, and love that you're our announcer. So good job. Good job, Larry.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. I did it because, number one, you supported me so much through my cancer treatments, and when I got to meet you, you and your wife, I just felt like family. The people I sat with at the Republican dinner, they just make me feel like family as well. And the last thing I want to say is the reason why you're being so successful, John, also is if you go out and talk to the people. You get on your bus on your own dime or dime from our sponsors, and you get to the people, and that's what it takes. You've got to get to where the people are and give them the truth like you do every day. And you have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good to hear from you, and keep up the good work, Larry. Thank you so much. Let's see. My morning producer, Dan, wants to know why I call the Ravens the Ratbirds. I call them the Ratbirds because that's what they are. They're Ratbirds. Don't like them. Beat the Titans. We beat the Titans in the getting to the Super Bowl many years back. Didn't like that. But when we first started in athletics, the first team we carried was the Ravens in Virginia, and we carried them for 2 seasons, and then they wouldn't renew my contract because I found out later. I didn't know why, and then finally they called one of the people that I was friends with in the organization, felt really bad for the way I was treated, and so just called me up and said, I'm off the record, I'll deny it, but here's what happened. President of the Ravens doesn't want to be on your network because you're pro-Trump, and he doesn't think that's a good place for the branding of our team. So I said, okay. And then Saxman, I was like really upset because it was the end of August. I didn't have anybody to carry. Ravens wouldn't give me a new contract. So I was grousing to Saxman, and he said, call the Steelers. Just call them.
Yeah.
That's what it was. All Saxman said.
Let's
call
go.
The Steelers. He said, "There's Steelers Nation." Ratbirds, screw them. Call the Steelers. True story. And I'm like, this is like the third week in August. Like the Ratbirds should have told me in July or June. They told me in the third week in August. The games were starting like the next week.
Yep.
And I had no football. And he said, call the Steelers. And I did. And I was on the phone for about an hour and 10 minutes on hold, going through different people. And everybody I talked to put me on hold to get me to somebody else. And I have to hold. And then finally, I don't know who I was with, player or something, a GM, but he's like, okay, hold on. Just hold on. I'm going to see if I can get the president of football operations on the line and see if we can get this done right now. And I'm like, okay, this is about 7-8 minutes, because you got the timer on your phone. Guy picks up. And I said, thank you for taking my call, sir. Thank you for your time. I'm John Fredericks. Let me just, before we go forward, let me tell you what I do. And I started to go into it, we're a conservative talk network. And he cut me off. And he said, I know who you are. I know what you do. Let me tell you something. Trump voters are our fans. Republicans are our fans. They're the ones that come to the games here in Pittsburgh. So we have no problem what you're doing. We have no problem. We know who you are. And I'm going to clear it right now, send you back to the people you need. And we look forward to running the Pittsburgh Steelers on your Virginia radio network.
That's right.
Relationship.
That's right.
This was done in 1 hour. And then they got the other guy back on the phone, and then he sent me to Amy, to iHeart. Amy did all the agreements. I talked to the other guy, can't think of his name. We sent him to Ann. I started calling at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This thing was done by 4 p.m. And they have picked me up wherever I go. That's a relationship.
Fantastic.
And that guy said, I know who you are. Doesn't matter to us.
Wasn't Kevin Colbert, was it?
It was Kevin Colbert, Mr.
Yep.
Colbert. Yep.
Yeah, you talked to the GM.
Yep, I told the
He's
GM.
retired now, but yeah, Kevin
Yep,
Colbert's
right on the phone. He was the first guy. Then he got me to the president of football, whoever that was, president of football operations. So it was his boss. This is how high this thing went. But the Steelers jumped on it. They're like, they said, Trump voters, Republicans, they're our fans. We don't have any problem with what you do. We know who you are. We checked you out. It's all good. Welcome.
I love it. I love it. I wish you could see how wide the smile is on my face right now.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm so proud of my team right now.
Ask Saxman. Saxman's the one that told me to do it.
We should talk about it a little bit on Godzilla tomorrow.
Well, normally this thing takes like weeks to do. Yeah. Now, the same thing with the Titans. When I get in the station in Tennessee, Titans, one phone call, done. I mean, that was like 15 minutes. They're like, yeah, we know who you are. Yeah, done. We also know you're a Titans fan. I said, how'd you know that? I said, everybody that tunes into WENO knows that. I mean, come on, dude. So that was done. Penguins was even shorter than that. Now, I've had other teams that have taken a very, very long time, right? So, UVA took a long time, things of that nature. It takes time. But you got to build a relationship. So did that with the Caps. But, yeah, let's get to how much time I got. 58. I got a minute. Let's very quickly, we can hold them over if we need to. Timbo in Orlando, line 2. Tim, you're live.
Hey, I just wanted to congratulate you, John, on your 22 million audience. That's outstanding, fantastic. That you got more viewers than CNN News.
Thank you. It's hard to believe.
I also wanted to announce, Isn't it? It's hard to believe.
Yeah.
But that just means what you're building from one station and how you built this organization is working. You see, you started with an idea. You didn't know if it was going to work or not. You and Ann built it, you worked it, and it's working. Okay, you may have to make some changes here and there, but it's working. That's what it's all about. So congratulations.
Well, Timbo, you've been a listener from nearly day one, and it's good to hear you. And I think I think Ole Miss. I'm not sure we're going to Florida. I mean, Ole Miss. Maryland. I'm not sure we're going to Florida. I did hear, though, that we're opening at Ole Miss. This is the baseball team. So, but I got to get you up here, man. I got to get you up here to weekend conference. You have to come up. So I'm not sure. Are there any? I don't think there's any Big Ten teams in Florida. So you'll have to come up here. Come to the nation's safest, most beautiful city in America, Tim. Come, we'll come for a weekend series, Maryland Terps. I like turtles. I'll be right back with your calls. Stay with us.
President Trump's patience is running out. That from White House Secretary Caroline Leavitt. She says it's time for the Senate to pass the Save America Act, two key provisions, voter ID and proof of citizenship. Leavitt says the House did its job by passing the act. Now it's time for the Senate to finally step up to the plate, adding that the Save America Act is a common-sense bill. The U.S. military is not letting up on Iran, having carried out a 13th night of strikes on Iranian targets, hitting drone facilities and coastal surveillance sites, according to U.S. Central Command. Also in the Middle East.
At least explosions have broken out near a military base hosting U.S. forces in the northern Iraqi city of Erbil. The city's in the country's semi-autonomous Kurdish region. The explosions began at around 9:30 a.m. local time on Friday, according to an Associated Press journalist in the area who heard the blasts. The journalist observed at least 4 plumes of black smoke rising into the sky from areas near or inside the base. There's been no immediate information on casualties or the cause of the explosions, and Iraqi and U.S. officials haven't immediately commented. I'm Charles Dillatesma.
Ukrainian President Zelensky says he has met in Kiev with representatives of Raytheon to discuss the joint production of Patriot air defense systems. The meeting follows a recent pledge by President Trump to allow Ukraine to produce this American system itself. Dozens of countries are targeted in a fresh round of U.S. tariffs, levies of anywhere from 10 to 12.5% on countries accused of failing to enforce prohibitions on slave labor. Stock futures higher this morning on Wall Street. The Dow futures are up 285 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 22 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Researchers are providing fresh insights into the call of the wild, a sweet melody that surrounds many of us each and every day.
It's the soundscape we associate with nature, and the variety of birdsong is huge. Using a database of recordings uploaded by thousands of volunteers around the world, these scientists analysed songs from more than 3,000 species, examining patterns and comparing them. They concluded that there are just 8 fundamental acoustic building blocks, or motifs as the scientists call them, that in different combinations make up every birdsong we hear. There are 3 types of trill, 3 different whistles, so-called chaotic notes, and harmonic stacks.
That's the BBC's Victoria Gill. Spain's government declaring a national emergency after multiple wildfires force the evacuation of some 10,000 people. News and analysis, townhall.com. A key Republican lawmaker says he believes that Special Counsel Jack Smith may have made false statements to Congress while testifying about his investigation of President Donald Trump.
Ohio Republican Jim Jordan, chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, referred Smith to the Justice Department for possible prosecution related to closed-door testimony about whether he had obtained records of lawmakers while investigating President Trump's investigation of the 2020 presidential election. The referral, sent Wednesday, centers on a December 2025 exchange in which Smith asked about subpoenas that prosecutors had issued for the toll records of some Republican lawmakers as part of the investigation. Bernie Bennett in Washington.
Ford and a Chinese automaker have taken the wraps off plans to jointly manufacture low and zero-emission vehicles at Ford's Valencia, Spain factory. Comes amid challenges for the American electric vehicle market and increasing global geopolitical tensions. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
What happens in Virginia doesn't stay in Virginia. It influences policy and policymakers nationwide. The VirginiaStar.com shines a light on the issues in VA that become issues for the USA, with insightful commentary that gets to the fact of the matter. The VirginiaStar.com is your source of wisdom and truth, locally, statewide, and nationally. Log on today and every day. The VirginiaStar.com. The VirginiaStar.com.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking, free. General admission, free. Memories, priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
When you're learning something new, experience matters. At Lifestyles Unlimited, we've spent over 30 years teaching people how real estate investing works and how to build income with a clear, step-by-step strategy. Our program is designed to help you learn what to do, why it works, and how to take action at your own pace. Join today for just $297, a 60% savings off the regular price. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Ponder this. How many times have you heard that freedom means doing whatever you want as long as we don't hurt anyone else? On its face, this sounds pretty reasonable. But when you think about it, everything you do has an impact on someone or something. Let's say we overindulge in drinking. The immediate impact may be that we cannot get to work on time the next morning or even at all. Let's say we eat whatever we want, whenever we want. When health problems ensue later in life, your family, your friends, and your community may be impacted. For every action, there is a reaction, and this is Newton's law of physics. But it applies to our spiritual life as well. Being truly free means doing God's will in every decision that we make. This means we must know God's will by following His commandments and talking with Him in our daily life. Pray, trust, and persevere in following God's will for you every day. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, Just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who loves the smell of napalm in the morning, John Fredericks.
Well, you got him. I'm John Fredericks, your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Don't forget, we're on YouTube, we're on Rumble, we're on X, we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, we're on Truth Social. We got it all. We also have our own TV network. That app is coming, but right now, if you got smart TV, Roku, Apple TV, that's right, you've got that, right? Or Fire Stick, just go to the App Store, download our app, John Fredericks Show. Boom, do it right now. You're on TV. In a couple of weeks, we're going to have our TV app coming out, and we're going to also be picking up Google TV, so we continue to expand, and it's a lot of fun. And Dan, thanks for all you do. Dan, Michael Coleman's out this week, right? This is Friday. We got through the week without him. What do you think?
We made it. We made it. Coleman has big shoes that are hard to fill, but I think between Al and me, we managed to take care of everything that we needed to take care of. So big shout out to Al too. I think Al's been in Richmond all week, right? So that's nice. The commute into work tomorrow in the morning will be shorter, I think, for Al. I assume he's just going to stay in town until tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's been staying in all week because he lives in, I think, Newport News or something. So we put him up in a hotel. So, yeah he's got a little bit of a shorter commute. Yesterday, a couple things I sent you to make sure you get with him on for tomorrow.
Yep.
Make sure you follow through on that. You know what they are. Write them down. Check them off. Make sure that Al's got them. Follow up. Because
lace them up and lace them tight.
Yeah, because when we get on the air at 9, I mean, he can't be scrambling around trying to find stuff.
Sure.
So make sure that happens. But that's all good. Great to have you. Changes coming to the network on August 3rd. That's coming up a week from A week from Monday, right? A week from Monday. So 2 weeks. August 3rd, our new show, our new sports show debuts. That's going to be Past the Wire Sports with Frank Zaccanelli. Past the Wire Sports with Frank Zaccanelli, 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday to Friday, starting on August the 3rd. So that'll replace 1 hour of Mark Levin if you're getting him. And if you're not, then it'll be Larry Elder. 1 hour of him cut short. So that's going to be 6 to 7 Monday to Friday. So check that out. Past the Wire Sports with Frank Zaccanelli, former president and general manager of the Dallas Mavericks, and part owner of the Mavericks. So guy knows a lot about athletics. So he's going to be hosting the show. That's going to be awesome. Can't wait for that. Also, August 17th, Michael Patrick Leahy moving from 10 to noon to 3 to 5, Monday to Friday. Wendy Bell Live joining us on our network live. Wendy Bell Live, 10 to noon, Monday to Friday, debuting August 17th. So we're very excited about that. So Wendy Bell Live, let's go, Wendy. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Now, in the meantime, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Colonial Downs, post time, 12:30 p.m. Don't forget to be there or be square. Most beautiful racetrack in America, in New Kent, 20 minutes from Richmond, about 2 hours and 15 minutes from D.C., where I am, about 2 hours from Northern Virginia, depending if you got an easy pass, zip right down there. A lot of fun for the family, kids free. Now, here's what's great about it. General admission free, parking free, great food, horses right there. You go right up to them. It's so much fun. Your family's going to love it. Activities all weekend long for the kids. It is a great outing. Live racing through September 7th, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday at 12:30 p.m. Virginia's premier racetrack destination. There's so much to experience at Colonial Downs in New Kent. And, of course, our good buddy Dan was there on our big event on Saturday. So that was fun. And we'll let you know when our horse races there. Baytown Parfait should be in around, I think we're looking at a race for him, Dan, somewhere about the middle of August, about August 15th, somewhere August 15th to 20th. So we'll let you know when he's in. Certainly Ann and I will be there. From there, I think we're shipping him to Tampa, I think is the next step for him. So he'll be going there because the meet ends on the 7th of September. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in? Let's get to a few callers. Let's get to, let's see, line 3, Kevin in Virginia. Kevin, you're live.
Good morning, John.
Hi.
I live in the 5th Congressional District in Virginia. I'm going to vote for John McGuire. I'm hearing with my political buddies in this area of a big split. I hear Melanie and I hear John and I hear some anti-John stuff. What are your thoughts?
Oh, I'm a McGuire guy from day one. I mean, I love John McGuire. I think he's one of the most effective congressmen in there. He gets stuff done. He's championed the Keep DC Safe and Clean Act bill to codify the president's changes in DC. So I'm all for that. John has also had some other bills that are very effective. He's my guy on AM radio in every car. I think he's a great Trump supporter, great conservative. You can always count on him. Always there when your back's against the wall. McGuire's there 100% of the time. So I am an unequivocal, enthusiastic, 100% unabashed supporter of John McGuire.
Votes are going to come out of this house for John, because I just don't get the anti-John talk that with his 100% MAGA voting record.
100%. Well, it stems from the Bob Good race. People are still butthurt over that. They're butthurt, let's just be honest. And so they're upset that he beat Bob Good, and I endorsed him. And so, as a result of that, Bob Good, he'll never talk to me again. Andy Biggs won't talk to me at the Freedom Caucus and others. So, some of them got over it, Andy Yogels, etc. But, when the thing was over, Bob Good told the Freedom Caucus to never go on my show, to boycott me. And Trump endorsed him, and then I endorsed him. So, see, they can't get mad at Trump, so they got to get a scapegoat. It's me. Whatever. Have at it, Bob.
Hey, John, I'm 68 years old. And I think you've said that on your show. What month were you born?
March 12th, 1958.
Oh, my goodness. I'm
Pisces.
March 23rd.
Are you a Pisces?
58. Yeah, I'm an Aries, but I don't follow that stuff.
Yeah, long live the fish.
Okay.
I don't know what an Aries is. All I know is that Pisces is a fish.
Yeah. Well, every morning I wake up with coffee, breakfast, and you on the big screen downstairs in my nice, cool man cave down here, and life's beautiful. Retirement is wonderful.
Thank you. That's so nice. It's good to wake up for you and with you. And I hope if you're drinking coffee, I'm drinking mine now. I got my 1775. I'm into quality of life. That's what I keep telling Ann. She's like, when are you going to retire? I'm like, well, we just got 22 million listeners, so not tomorrow. But I tell you what, in the meantime, if you're going to work at 68, then you got to have a quality of life. And I have it with my 1775 coffee, best coffee ever made, freshly roasted every day from Bolivia. So just go to 1775coffee.com, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. I love the dark roast, medium, not so much. I'm just not a medium guy. Get the dark roast, I get the premium roast, I get the beans, and I get the cake cups, because sometimes I don't have time to grind the beans like today. It's Friday, I'm late, blah, blah, blah. So, but I got my cake cup here. But great coffee. Go to 1775.com, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. You're good to go. What else is on your mind?
I was thinking, well, let's go to the Senate, because I met that, she was doing a show, and Carringer for U.S. Senate.
In Virginia, I'm just not following it, because it doesn't matter.
Okay.
So when I look at the Virginia Senate, and I think I got Dave Williams on today, he's on today, isn't he, Dan? U.S. Senate candidate in Virginia, Dave Williams. I think he's on with the Virginia gang. Nice enough guy.
Yes. Yeah, I think he is at 9:05, according to what I'm seeing.
Okay, so what I look at in Virginia is this, okay? The U.S. Senate candidate cannot win. Zero chance. 0 times 0 is 0. So you have no chance of beating Warner. So what I'm looking at is I've got 2 House races that are in play. Whitman in the first, this is Virginia, and Kiggins in the second. So what I'm looking for in Virginia is what candidate can get enough votes in order to help Whitman and Kiggins, because they can't win. So like ideology doesn't matter to me. None of that matters because they're not going to be there anyway. So it's who can get the highest vote count that might help carry over to Whitman in the first or Kiggins in the second. And probably the general, Bert Mazerzewski, however I say his name, probably he's the best bet. Maybe not be as conservative as some of the others are, but it doesn't matter to me because I'm looking for, can Bert get more votes to help to carry over to Whitman or Kiggins? That's my calculus there. So if I was there, I'd vote for Bert, not because he's he's the best candidate or the best MAGA, but if Kiggins wins that second district and Whitman holds on to his first district seat, we're going to keep the House. If you want to look at 3 seats that are going to tell you what happens, Kiggins in the second in Virginia, Whitman, who I think is going to win in the first in Virginia, and Scott Perry in Pennsylvania. These are all tied. These are all swing. If we win those 3 seats, if Perry wins, that means Fitzpatrick will win in Pennsylvania, and the other guy will win, the guy that is in middle of Pennsylvania. I always forget his name. Dan, look it up. The guy that would Trump does the rallies there. So they have a minor league hockey team. I think it's the Penguins minor league hockey team. So look up
Wilkes-Barre?
that. Yes, Wilkes-Barre.
All you had to say was Penguins minor league hockey
Right.
team.
Look, what's the name of the Republican congressman there? Look
I
it
will.
up.
Yeah, I'll look. By the way, Bert Mizusawa.
Bert Mizusawa. I'd vote for him because I think he'll get more votes than the other guys or gals, and he's probably isn't as conservative. He's probably not as MAGA. I don't care because I got to get Kiggins. I got to go Whitman, Pennsylvania. You get Scott Perry. Those 3 win. We're going to keep the House. If all 3 go down, and it's 10 o'clock, 9:30, and they've all gone down, we're in for a long, horrific night.
John, is it Rob Bresnahan?
Yes, Bresnahan. Thank you, Dan. So Bresnahan, Fitzpatrick, Perry in Pennsylvania, Whitman, Kiggins in Virginia. These are states I cover, so I'm very familiar with it. And these are swing of swings. We hold those by a nose. We're gonna hold the House. If we win 2 of them, it's going to be touch and go. If we get swept, it's going to be a horror story.
And give me a wild guess on what you think the percentage of eligible voters will vote in Virginia in the primary, which is coming up real quick.
In the primary, in the 5th, 10%. The primary as a whole, I don't know. I mean, the only primary now is for Republicans, right? There's no Democrats being primaried. I don't think. So I don't know why the Democrats would show up. There's nobody on the ballot, to my knowledge. There might be some local races, but 15% max, 20%.
Yeah,
it'll be small. I mean, our biggest problem is getting the vote out in November, getting the Republican vote out, getting the Southwest Virginia vote out. We got them out. We got them out for the referendum, which was shocking. That's why we almost won that, and we got a big early vote. But when you got a guy leading the top of the ticket running for U.S. Senate that's going to get 38% or 42%, it's not a competitive race. So the Congress election people have to do that on their own because there's nobody's going to lead them on the ticket. Bert probably gets, look, if Bert gets 45%, that's probably enough to maybe get Kiggins over the top, maybe to get Whitman if he gets 47%. But he has no money, and Warner's got $1 bajillion, so the thing's going to be a blowout.
Yeah.
Good news is
how few people vote.
They don't vote because nobody, it's like it's in the middle of the summer. I mean, the whole thing was stupid. So, all right. Hope I answered your questions, and thanks for tuning me in, Kevin, in his man cave in Forest, Virginia. I love that. Godzilla in the man cave. Oh, there's something good about that. Good thing I'm taking my testosterone, so I can measure up to Kevin. Let's get to Rob Areno in New York, home of Zohran Mandabi. He's going to be arresting Netanyahu. He's going to arrest everybody, including Rob. Rob, you're live.
Good morning, John. Happy weekend. Congratulations on the $22 billion. But speaking of Mandami, and I'll get to him in a second, I want to thank you for another thing here. Do not let your foot off the gas when it comes to Thune. You got a large audience. Every one of your listeners needs to be reminded of this. Things go to die in the Senate, or legislation goes to die in the Senate. And the big reason for that right now is John Thune. And it's pathetic. And this, if you want to, turn people off for the midterms, let this guy get away with all of this, because people are going to be like, what's the point of electing Republicans if he's just going to go sit on it anyway? Nothing's going to happen. The second point, because you brought up Mandami, what makes you not let go of, get your foot off the gas with him either, because it's not just about arresting Netanyahu. This guy is a filthy jihadist, communist, and anti-Semite, and he is stoking the flames of anti-Semitism spreading across this country. Yesterday, there were 2 people stabbed, one of them being Jewish, by some crazy guy yelling Allahu Akbar. Okay? There was an elderly guy thrown to the ground by another guy screaming things about Jews. Threw a Jewish guy down. I think a guy broke his hip. I mean, this is insane. This is not the America my parents raised me in, or probably all of your listeners.
Was this yesterday, Rob? Was this yesterday in New York?
Yeah, there were 2 stabbings, and there was for observant Jews. Yesterday was a fast day that is a response to the temple in Jerusalem being destroyed, thousands of years ago. So it's a very sad day. So one of the guys, I think, was walking to synagogue in Upper West Side of Manhattan, which used to be a really great neighborhood, and he got stabbed by some crazy guy. The other case where I told you about with the guy who had his hip broken, that guy was thrown to the ground. That was in Brooklyn. I think they're still looking for the alleged perpetrator there. I mean, this is insane. But when you get Mandami, and you warned about him before, about how he uses props, everything is calculated. Guy always has a suit on and a smile. It's not that he believes that he really could arrest Netanyahu. It's that he gets to rile people up. It's that dog whistle effect. And this can spread. I agree with Steve Bannon on this. I mean, this is a very serious problem when it starts spreading to major cities in America. Now, there was a defeat of a DSA candidate in a congressional primary out in Arizona. That's the race where Dr. Judy Jasser is the Republican nominee. I think it's Arizona 4. It might be. I'm not 100% sure. But these guys are out there. I'm talking about the DSA. So it's not just New York. Mandami's just the leader. You called it months ago. You called him, or maybe last year, you called him he's got an army. You were right. I discounted the guy at first, thinking, this is crazy. This is just New York. No, this can spread. And I'm not talking just anti-Semitism.
I mean, he's spreading it to New York because he's holding Kathy Hochul hostage. Kathy Hochul is not the governor of New York.
It is.
Kathy Hochul is a Mandami hostage, held basically at election gunpoint by Mandami's army. She is in a rather competitive race with Bruce Blakeman, a little closer than she'd like, right? The guy's gaining. He's going to raise a lot of money. He's going to carry Long Island. So she's in a tough race, and she can't win without him. She will lose without his army. If he calls his people to vote not for her or just to stay home or they run a third-party candidate, she loses the governor's race. So she's her hostage. He wants money. She's got to find it for him. Whatever he wants, she's got to do his bidding. So basically, he's not only mayor, he's governor. He's de facto governor of New York. This is what people don't realize. He's calling the shots in Albany. That's how powerful this guy is.
I couldn't agree with you more, and we saw that because I called in months ago about that, where we talked about how much, he bragged about how he fixed the budget. He didn't fix the budget in New York City. He had Hochul give him a boatload of cash. So that means every county outside of New York City, and there's a lot of them, they're the ones that are going to lose.
They're footing the bill.
To prop up this Marxist jihadi ideology, which is insane. And again, I got to stress this: it's not just the anti-Semitism.
Right.
It's these are fundamentally changing this country.
Right.
They will fundamentally change this country. They get their way. AOC the other day, she was asked about that, and she laughed. She goes, "Oh, we're not going to make it a communist country in 1 year." She chose those words carefully. We all know it's going to be, that's their plan. One election at a time. And what are we doing as on the right? We're blocking Trump. I didn't even realize that. He never had a recess appointment even in the first term.
No. See, they just want him to go away. This is what I keep saying. This is why I'm so far ahead of everybody. This is all about riding out his term. They just want him to go away. And then they want to get back to Jeb Bush, George Bush, Joe Bush, Jat Bush, Barbara Bush, some Bush, Karl Rove, Mitt Romney. They want to get back to that. Meghan McCain, this is their comfort level. Do nothing, play footsie with the Democrats, stay in their nice office. Yes, Senator, no, Senator. Would you like a hot cup of coffee or a cold soft drink? Here's your limo, sir. Would you like us to open the door? This is what they live for. Not getting a damn thing done. They just want to ride this guy out. That's why they won't let him appoint anybody. That's why they won't put the SAVE Act on the floor. That's why they won't do jack crap. They're riding him out, which means they're riding out MAGA. And that's why we got to pick up the bull by the horn and act now. Get this guy out of there. And you got Hochul is a hostage of Mayor Mandami. Look, one of the greatest disappointments I had was how Elise Stefanik was treated. Because when Mandami got elected and she launched a campaign for governor, she had a vision. And I was aligned with that when I was going to run for mayor of Washington, D.C. And that vision is we were going to contradict everything he did. And she went out and she raised a ton of money. And then Mandami went to the White House and they all played nice. And that took the wind out of her sails. And then they wouldn't endorse her. And then they played footsie with Blakeman in Long Island. Well, he was a Long Island, Carroll, Long Island. And then, the whole thing blew up and she got out. Her vision was to be holding this guy accountable every single day. And without her, it's not being done. I haven't heard a word. Have anybody heard from Bruce Blakeman? I got 3 emails a day from Stefanik. I've never heard of the guy from him. I don't know what he's doing. So, that was why I was going to run for mayor, because I was going to align myself with her. It was going to be Fredericks, Stefanik versus Mandami. And the whole thing blew up. And that's why I got out and didn't go forward. God's honest truth, that was exactly it. So I don't know what the hell's going on in there. But the more you play footsie with a communist, the more likely you are to get shot in the head. That's basically it. That's what they do. They're just tougher than we are. They're tougher. And this DSA thing is not going away. AOC is going to be the nominee. Deal with it. More on that when I get back. John Fredericks Media Network. Stay with us.
When you order today, so don't delay, order now. Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, you got him back. I'm John Fredericks, your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. Hey, thanks for being with me today. We've got Rich Butkus coming up, New Jersey. Got the scandal going on there. I tell you what, I don't know what I would have done this week. The whole family was sick, but I tell you what, we got over it because we have our medical emergency kit. We got ivermectin, we got Z-Pack, we got antibiotics. Joe, fine. He's got a bullpen today, completely recovered. Ann's feeling better. I haven't missed a day. work. I got sick over the weekend, traveling all week, airplanes, whatever, was close quarters, got sick, new, boom. We all got our own medical emergency kit. I got to get replenished today. It's all gone. But I tell you what, you don't need it until you need it, and then you don't have it. Like Joe said, the greatest thing about this, Dad, is like when I've got sick before and I'm traveling or something, like I'm out, I can't pitch, right? I got to order something. It takes 3 or 4 days to get there. I travel with my medical emergency kit. I feel a cold coming on. I got a flu. I got a virus. Boom. Right in here, I take everything. I'm back on the mound. Help my team. Same thing with us. This is the greatest investment that you can make it for you and your family. And I've got 3 of these. Got one in the bus, got one at home, travel with one. That's just me. Ann's got one. Joe's got one. That's 5. Jack's got one. Everybody's got one of these. Why? Because when things get tough, right here, everything is here. So why suffer when you can knock this out immediately? And if something goes down, spider bite, snake bite, you get a tick, something of that nature. Everything is here right in the guidebook. All the medications are here. You knock it out immediately. You get in front of it. This is the beauty of your medical emergency kit. Get it now. This is how easy it is, folks. Just go to twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla. You're going to get 10% off. twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla. Put that in. Get your 10% off. You got the QR code right there in the TV screen. You can just do the QR code. It goes right there, promo code Godzilla. Now, obviously, these are prescription meds, so you got to fill the form out, engage with the TWC doctor, obviously, right? Because these are prescription meds. But once you do that, it takes a couple days. You'll get it, and then when you get sick, it's right there. This is such a game changer for so many families. Why everybody doesn't have one, I do not know. So check it out. Check it out today, and go to twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, and you, my friends, are good to go. Okay, we got a lot going on. Let's. I want to get over this New Jersey debacle. Joining me now, Rich Butkus, businessman based in New Jersey, and owns a lot of different companies and kind of very involved in politics there on the Republican side. Rich Butkus, great to have you with us today, Rich.
Oh, it's great to be here, John. Thanks so much for having me.
I want to get right to New Jersey and 6,600 illegals on the voting rolls. The governor made a fool out of herself. Mickey Sherrill comes on Monday, says, okay, well, it's a software glitch. Really nothing to see here. We got to get new software. No problem. Press conference ends within 7 hours. Software company CEO comes out and says, liar, liar, pants on fire. Okay, we had nothing to do with it. The people that voted, that checked the box and voted no, you guys put them on the rolls. The Department of Elections is responsible for that. Not only did you put them on the rolls, but you had to pick a party registration. You split it 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, non-affiliated independent Republican. They never filled that out. You guys did that. That's on you, not us. Software's fine. You guys are cheating the system. Then the Department of Justice says, well, wait a minute. We don't think there's 6,600. We think there's over 35,000. So there's a discrepancy there. They haven't come clean. Nothing's been released. Republican Party of the GOP in New Jersey had a press conference yesterday asking for a Department of Justice investigation, not your governor's lawyers, which is a joke. Rich Butkus, weigh in on this. What is going on here?
Well, that's a mouthful, John. I'll tell you. At the bottom line here, I'm a businessman, not a bureaucrat. So at the end of the day, the way this impacts me is I have a business in the state of New Jersey, and we are a leading provider of land surveying and geospatial services with our company Control Point. And at the end of the day, voter integrity is a huge issue in the state. And we have at a time where people are leaving the state in droves. They have no confidence in the government and what's happening here right now. We have high taxes and, voted, I think, number 50 consecutively for many years and the friendliest place to do business. And it's ridiculous. And now our voter confidence is not there either. And adding to the cost of everything. And quite frankly, not only as a business owner, but I have a family, 6 children, and 5 of my children work for me or work with me in my company. And the ability for us to have a future and to have stability is not great, John.
What do you think of? I'm going to get to data centers in New Jersey. Let's get to cut 12 here, Dan, because this is like a big deal now. It's becoming a political football in New York. Kathy Hochul, I think, put a 12-month moratorium. Somebody else has put a 6-month moratorium. Some other governor. Here was Trump. Trump yesterday, President Trump, in the Oval Office, saying that we need the data centers, that we need to double our electricity output, but they need to pay for it. Roll it, Dan. Cut 12.
We're here today to continue the incredible progress we're making in communities nationwide to ensure that as new data centers go up, and they're going up all over, electricity bills for American families will actually come down. You know, you're going to be building your own data centers, and you're going to building your own electric plants. You're essentially becoming a utility like Con Edison in New York, but maybe at a level that nobody's ever seen before, because we've seen some of the plants that they're building are absolutely incredible. They're absolutely incredible. They're electric plants, electric manufacturing plants. It's hard to believe, but you need double the electricity that we have right now, maybe even more than that, to really fulfill what you want to do. We're leading China by a lot, and using our old grid would not have worked. And I came up with the idea that, you know, build your own plant. This way nobody can complain. You won't call me and say what a terrible job I'm doing, because we have a 200-year-old grid that's not the best in the world. You look at some places, you take a look at California, you have brownouts and blackouts every weekend. The last thing they're going to be able to do is supply electric at.
Okay, so what the president is saying is we need data centers, we need electricity. Hochul in New York put a 1-year moratorium, no data centers. It's becoming a political football. It's going to be an issue in New Jersey. What is your position in New Jersey on data centers as a business owner there that needs electricity? What should we do? Rich Buck.
Well, I mean, I think at the end of the day, it really comes down to how we handle all the different aspects of this. So I think that from a business owner's perspective, the way we look at data centers right now is trying to figure out a way that we can bring all this together in the best way possible. So,
what do you think there should be data centers in New Jersey?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I mean, we're building warehouses all over the place. I mean, my company is involved with Amazon and many other companies building warehouses, and that's never been an issue before. So I'm not really quite sure why that is. I think it's more about regulation and more about creating the power grid than it is about creating the data centers for sure. Yeah.
So you wouldn't be for a moratorium on data centers in New Jersey?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think New Jersey has to be competitive like every other state in the country. So we have to figure out a way for us to be able to, adapt to that and create the needs that we need in this state in order to be competitive. I mean, otherwise we're driving away all the business and like the people and companies are leaving right now. I mean, you have Samsung that just left a few months ago and went to Texas. You have M&M Mars now just announced that they're leaving. So I don't think we want to be chasing away industries. We want to be bringing industries here to the state.
You know, Rich Butkus, one of the interesting things is you're seeing a flight of companies out of New Jersey, who I'm starting to cover now because that's where I'm from originally. So they got I think I was reading they have the second highest tax level in the nation. The second highest, as far as corporate income tax, sales tax, this tax, that tax, everything is taxed. So of all the jurisdictions in America, they're number 2 highest taxes. What is that doing to your state?
Well, it's not just the corporate taxes; it's the income tax. My personal income, my personal property tax went up 11% just in the last year and a half.
Wow!
So the impact on people here, beyond just the taxes, but all the taxes on fuel, the secondary taxes on everything else that's happening, it's unsustainable, John. It really is, and it's going to affect not only the future of my children and running the business, but it's also affecting everything that's happening here right now today. And again, what's driving people away to Florida, Texas, and Tennessee, and all those places.
So, is there going to be a flight, like a corporate flight, a people flight? I mean, property taxes going up 11% in 1 year. I mean, that's a tremendous increase that nobody's budgets for, right? I mean, this is property taxes on your home, right? That you got to pay. All of a sudden, that gets rolled in your mortgage, and that just went up, 11%. What happens if you're on a fixed income? What happens if you don't get that kind of a raise? What happens if, you lose your job? I mean, then your home's going to get foreclosed on. What do you do?
What do you do? I mean, people are borrowing. I mean, I think the last statistics I looked at was that over the last 4 years, credit has gone up 66%. So people are still trying to maintain their same lifestyle. They're still trying to survive, but at the same time, they're doing it by putting it on credit cards, and that's a huge problem. I mean, that's going to get us back to where we were back in 2008.
We're with Rich Butkus, New Jersey businessman, CEO of a company called CPAM Global, which he does a lot of real estate, spatial analysis, and things of that nature for people to buy property and industrial plants or whatever. So, as a businessman,
So John, we're a professional land surveying and geospatial firm, and I'll tell you why that's important, because we're the canary in the coal mines of what's happening in the state and around the country. Because we're working with private commercial developers, we're working with businesses, we're working with federal and state agencies as far as the production and building of what's happening, within the state of New Jersey. And I can tell you, people are struggling. I mean, money is expensive right now. People aren't wanting to build. Developers aren't building. If developers aren't building, people and the majority of what we're building right now, by the way, aren't homes. They're apartment buildings because people can't even afford the homes anymore. I mean, the homes in New Jersey are just ridiculous. The cost is just out of control. And my children, I mean, they're looking to buy homes. They're renting apartments. They're trying to figure out how do they save a home here and buy a home here. And most people don't. And then you have people going to college. And then when they go to college, they're leaving the state to go to college, and then they don't come back because they can't afford to. So now you have this this outflux of people who are leaving here and not even coming back. So now we're having a brain drain of young individuals who are smart and intelligent who can really help drive the state, and it's a really huge issue.
So I mean, how bad is that? We deal with the same thing in West Virginia, where the young people there, they graduate from West Virginia University, they leave the state, or they go out of state to go to college. They never come back. When your young people aren't coming back to raise a family, get a job there, what happens? I mean, eventually you start shrinking because you don't have the young people, the tax base, the intellectual capital, and so then they got to keep raising taxes on less people. How's that even work?
You do. And then what you also see is that the population grows older and older and older. And if those people can't support themselves, I mean, listen, I have a mother, and I'm fortunate that between my two sisters and I, we're able to afford to have her in a nice place, in a home, and she's 95 years old. But the majority of people can't do that, and they're struggling, and the majority of people don't even have the money to be able to survive like that. And that it's a major issue for us. We need to get people back into New Jersey. We need to get people to stop leaving New Jersey, and the way to do that is to lower taxes and have voter confidence, and that's something that we don't have right now.
Well, your governor is doing everything but lowering taxes, but what's interesting, Rich, is if you both Mickey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger got elected in 25 in landslides. I think Spanberger won over a horrible candidate by I think 17. Worst candidate ever, Winsome Sears, and then Mickey Sherrill won by 12, I think 10, and Schiaparelli, basically the clock just ran out on the guy, so he was not a very good candidate either. So they beat two bad candidates, but her popularity in New Jersey has hovered about in the 60s through all this, while Spanberger's is in the 30s. It's the lowest in recorded history of a governor in Virginia. She went from 70 to 30% approval in 6 months. How has Mickey Sherrill been able to stay up there when Spanberger has tanked?
Honestly, I don't understand it. I really don't. I mean, I don't have an answer for you, John. I really don't. I mean, I don't understand it. I don't understand how she could be so popular. Because quite frankly, everybody that I know and everywhere that I am, people are struggling and they're not very happy about what's happening right now. I mean, it looks like to me there's going to be a revolt.
And she made a clown out of herself Monday. I mean, It was like ridiculous. I mean, she basically had a press conference. She had to call it because it had leaked out. They were trying to suppress it. She has a press conference, And then she tells a bold-faced lie, and she blames it. First, she blames it on your former governor, Governor Phil Murphy. She blames it on him, beleaguered as he is, right? Almost got beat by Chiarelli. Blames it on him. Then she blames it on the software company. Then the software company comes out and said, "The hell are you talking about? These go to you, to the Department of Elections, which you control by the Democrats, and you guys put them on. And by the way, who checked their party affiliation box, which you need to be a registered voter? Like, who did that?" No response.
Well, look, at the end of the day, I'm a CEO of a company, and when things go wrong in my company, I have to fix them, and I have to fix them immediately. And the buck stops with me, So it's not about passing the blame. There's nobody to pass the blame for me. So, and my clients know that, my employees know that. So at the end of the day, I have to take charge and do what I need to do, and that's clearly not happening in Trenton right now.
Rich, tell us about the business climate in the country. In one of the pressers yesterday, President Trump was saying that, we've had I think I was at the press briefing with Caroline Levitt yesterday, who said we've had the biggest manufacturing increase of new firms coming in, new manufacturing coming in history, and that it was setting all kinds of records. I think it was the National Manufacturers Association came out and said, this is our golden age. We're building all these factories. Are you seeing that in Jersey, or are they building them somewhere else?
No, they're building them somewhere else. I mean, listen, whether it's a company, again, like I said, like a Samsung who's leaving, or, at the end of the day, New Jersey is not a business friendly state to be in. And everybody knows that. And I think the issue is, other than it seems large studios are moving here, but I guess that's because they're coming from California and it's still kind of a liberal thing to do. But at the end of the day, people don't want to do business here, and they are fleeing. They're going to Tennessee, they're going to Georgia, and quite frankly, my company has offices up and down the East Coast, and I'm spreading south because I need to geographically diversify my business out of the Northeast. Because beyond what's happening here in New Jersey, we obviously we have what's happening in New York, and I do a lot of business in New York. And as New York goes, the entire Northeast goes from Philadelphia to Boston. And if New York is doing well, Giuliani years, everything is great. If New York goes like the Koch-Dinkin era, which is, I think we're even going way beyond the Koch-Dinkin era right now in New York City, then things aren't so great. And you can see the entire economy is just kind of stifling right now, and it really is a sad thing to see. And it affects me because that's my business. The majority of my business is Northeast. I'm a Northeast company, so.
Well, you got to get your taxes down in New Jersey to get your businesses to go back there. But the first thing you got to do is get these fake voters off the rolls. I mean, they're not even legal voters. They talk about voter suppression. The only voters the SAVAX wants to suppress are illegal voters that are not citizens. Let's get to Levitt yesterday, 19, blasting Mickey Sherrill, New Jersey, the whole thing. Let's take a look.
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Mullin said that election officials that knowingly allowed non-citizens to vote could be prosecuted and fined. Is this option being considered in New Jersey after the governor revealed that thousands of non-citizens were registered to vote there?
Well, for any process, obviously, I would always defer you to the Department of Justice. But what I will say on New Jersey and this governor, the fact that she just all of a sudden decided to put out a press release saying President Trump and Republicans have been right about non-citizens on our voting rolls is not a coincidence. I think this governor is saying this because she realizes this administration is serious about getting to the bottom of illegal aliens voting and being on our voter rolls in our country. The Secretary of Homeland Security, as you know, sent a letter to several states, including New Jersey, requesting that non-citizens that are on their voter rolls need to be reported to DHS and need to be removed from those voter rolls. So that's why all of a sudden she is speaking truth about the fact that this does take place in states across the country. It is completely unacceptable to have non-citizens on American voter rolls voting in U.S. elections. And she says it's 6,600. We suspect it's a heck of a lot more, not just in New Jersey, but in states across the country. The president is hell-bent on getting to the bottom of this, and it's also why we need to pass the Save America Act to ensure that only U.S. citizens are voting in U.S. elections. And I understand the House had a great accomplishment yesterday with passing the budget resolution, which has as much of the Save America Act as possible, and we encourage the Senate to move forward with passing that resolution into law so the president.
They ain't going to do crap. I mean, your governor embarrassed herself, right? What a joke. I mean, it goes a complete scandal here because we don't know, Rich, if it's 6,600 or 66,000. Nobody has any idea. And they control the voting rolls, and they won't release the files. They won't tell you where these people voted. And they can't bridge the discrepancy gap between 6,600 and 35,000 that the DOJ says are illegal. I mean, your state's a mess.
Oh, I agree with you on that one, John. It's a shame.
I mean, we keep electing these politicians, right? Look what Trump has done. Trump is a businessman. I'm for business people. That's why I think Vivek Ramaswamy, who's a business guy in Ohio,
what a great guy. Yeah,
I think he's going to be an extraordinary governor because these guys get it. Amazing. I mean, they built businesses. They signed the front of paychecks. I mean, they get it.
Yep.
And I'm not talking
about
that. I'm not talking about Murphy, making billions in Wall Street by shipping jobs to China, right? That's not a company. He didn't build anything.
Well, that's where it all started here. So
yeah, he sucked everything dry, and then he's got billions, and he gets elected governor. Obviously, I'm not a fan. Good riddance to him too. This whole thing's a mess. Hey, people want to follow you, Rich. Where do they go?
Well, if they want to follow me, go to cpamglobal.com.
cpamglobal.com. Rich, thanks. Thanks for your perspective.
Thanks, John.
New Jersey, thanks for being with us.
Rob
Kelly coming up next. He's live. We got Neil McCabe at the White House, all coming up right here on the John Fredericks Media Network. 22 million and strong.
A statement from U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer says the action will begin to correct what is both a human rights abuse and distortive trade practice. Jennifer King, Washington.
AI data centers are rapidly becoming the hottest of hot-button issues in communities around the country. President Trump says elected as well as business leaders have a big sales job.
You have to convince your community how great these things. You can't fight it. You have to go with it. And you're going to have all that protection, and we're giving you automatic protection, but you're going to make a tremendous amount of money. You're going to reduce taxes, and you're going to have something that if you don't have it, everybody else wants it.
The president hosting a forum at which governors and utility company brass signed on to a voluntary pledge to shield consumers from higher utility bills resulting from data centers. Local and, in the case of New York, a state ban on data centers have been imposed. TikTok could be on the hook for a huge fine from the European Union after the EU ruled that it failed to safeguard the privacy of children. Heads up for the Hawaiian Islands. Hurricane Fausto strengthened into a Category 2 storm. And forecasters say it is expected to bear down on the Hawaiian Islands next week. Watching Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures 192 points higher. NASDAQ futures 4 points lower. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Christian Healthcare Ministries is not another health insurance policy. If you're tired of year-long contracts and pointless restrictions, CHM offers anytime enrollment on your schedule and at your convenience. With CHM, you're paying half the cost of a traditional health insurance plan. So that puts more money back into your budget for everyday needs. Plus, you'll have access to CHM's care solutions for virtual appointments, prescription savings, surgery support, and more. My family and I joined in 2018, and it's changed our lives for the better. We love paying way less while helping other believers of their medical bills. Take the leap of faith and see why Christians across the nation are better with CHM.
Get started by calling 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS for a 50% credit towards your first month. That's 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS.
Spain's government has declared a nationwide emergency after multiple wildfires forced the evacuation of some 10,000 people in the central region of Madrid. Today's measure means that Spain's Interior Ministry has taken charge of overseeing the firefighting efforts by Spain's regions. The regional government of Madrid says that 10,000 people have been evacuated from different villages as fires rage out of control amid a heat wave that is fanning the flames. Authorities in southwestern France ordered more mass evacuations on the Atlantic coast because of large wildfires there. An estimated 40,000 people have been driven from their homes in the past couple of days in that region. An Indian activist has wrapped up his 26-day hunger strike, but protesters in India's cockroach movement say they'll continue demonstrating until the country's education minister decides to step down. News and analysis, townhall.com. Cost of borrowing to buy a home continues moving in an upward direction.
Mortgage buyer Freddie Mac says the average rate on a 30-year mortgage rose this week to 6.58%. This is the third straight weekly increase, and it brings the rate to its highest level in nearly 12 months. While the average rate is still lower than it was a year ago, it has been mostly rising after briefly slipping below 6% in February. Rates began climbing soon after as higher oil prices due to the war with Iran pushed up the long-term bond yields that influence mortgage rates. I'm Alex Vega.
Rabbi Jeffrey Myers has announced he is retiring from the Tree of Life congregation in Pittsburgh. He led that community through the aftermath of a 2018 anti-Semitic attack. That attack left 11 worshipers dead. Myers has helped the congregation to heal in the intervening years. He's planning to go back to New Jersey to be near family. More on these stories, townhall.com.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
You hear a lot about weight loss injections because the results are dramatic, but injections aren't for everyone. So doctors created a new generation weight loss supplement. This is non-prescription lean, and the science behind it is impressive. The studied ingredients in lean are intended to address weight loss in 3 powerful ways: help maintain healthy blood sugar, help control appetite, and help convert fat into energy so you burn it faster.
Get 20% off with discount code Godzilla at takelean.com. Code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
Well, you got him, Rob Curley, out sick today. We just found out he has stomach bugs, so he's not going to be with us. But we'll be with you, 888-480-JOHN. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorable, kicking butt and taking names right here of the 21.6 million John Fredericks Media Network in June. Don't you love saying that, Dan? It kind of rolls off your tongue, right? 21.6 million listeners in June. I think that set a record for the company, and let's just keep saying it, right? Why not? It is what it is. The truth will set you free. You know what? One of the interesting things about this is that, and I think I said this earlier, but you know, we found now that the truth sells. It really does sell. Like, we were concerned there for a little while that, you know, if you're telling the truth and clarity, like just news and truth and analysis, just straight up, like, it doesn't sell, like nobody wants it. And I think we've now shown that there is a market for it. I think we're about the only ones out there that are doing it. So we found the lane. We have a space. It's all good. And talking about space, you know, the Vapor Technology Association bringing you this segment. And there's so much politics surrounding the vaping industry. It really shouldn't be politics. It should be, if you want to vape, you vape. Got to be over 21. Like, if you want to get a beer, you're over 21, you get a beer. I mean, you want to smoke a cigarette over 21, you smoke a cigarette. You want to go to the casino over 21 and place a bet, you can do that. It's about freedom. And so why they're trying to put vaping at, the Biden administration was determined to eliminate the vaping industry. 2 reasons. One, they were slaves to the tobacco money, the cancer stick lobby. And number 2, they hate vapes because they're small businesses. And of course, small businesses are the bane of the Democrats. Democrats get none of their votes. They don't like small businesses. They want big, 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 where they can control the money. So, you know, they get the money from big tobacco, too many small businesses, boom. They did everything they could to get rid of vapes, but people vape. And a lot of people like me use vape to get from point A, cigarettes, to point B, no cigarettes. And so, look, I smoke once in a while. Everybody knows that when things go south. I've got my pack of American Spirit right up there. Normally it's on my desk, but yesterday we had so many people and I had to move it, but it's still within eye shot just in case things go south. Dan knows that. Larry knows it too. Sometimes Larry and I, man, the bus tour, things are going bad. We just got to step out, open up that pack, have a smoke. It's the way it is, right? Calms your nerves, and then you go on, you know, you solve it, whatever you got to do. But big tobacco, they want you to smoke. That's why they hate vapes. And they're not protecting Americans. They're protecting their market share by demonizing vape, crushing independent U.S. vape companies while quietly maintaining its own cozy ties with the money-grubbing politicians. That's what this whole thing is about. Big tobacco doesn't care about you or your health. They care about their own market share and their bottom line. Then they care about saving American lives, right? Because they're in the cigarette business. You got to smoke with them to make money. That's why they hate the vapors. Now, more information All you have to do is go to vaportechnology.org, vaportechnology.org. We got Big Dog coming, I think, next week, vaportechnology.org. This message sponsored by the Vapor Technology Association. Go to vaportechnology.org. Okay, we've got your phone calls. We've also got a lot of clips here coming up. I want to start here with cut 17, if I can. Mr. Hobgood, Mr. Producer, right? Well, what is it? Levin never calls his producer by his first name.
Yeah, it's like Mr. Producer, yeah.
See, I don't really get that. Like, my producer's Dan, right. And when it's not Dan, it's Mike. And before it was Mike, it was Derek, I think. And before Derek, it was somebody else. It was, what's her name?
Yeah, you told me it at one point.
Yeah.
You said she was a neat freak like I am.
Yeah, she was a neat freak.
The studio was neat until the guys came along.
Until Derek came along. And then what was his name that left the company? I can't think of his name either.
Tyler?
Yeah, Tyler.
Yeah, Tyler.
Nice enough guy. But, he did a good job for me. But Courtney, I think. Well, Courtney was way back.
That sounds right, yeah.
Yeah, Courtney was way back. But I had a bunch of them. But all nice people. But I always call them by their names because they're human beings doing a job and they need to be recognized. So this whole Mr. Producer thing, I just, that's like it's all about me. And, you can't even say their name.
People have asked me, do you mind if he calls you Danny Boy and this? That? No, I love it. I love Danny Boy. Yeah, I love Danny Boy. It's great. Boy. I love the nicknames. I'm a big nickname guy. I'm a Danny sports guy, so everybody in sports loves nicknames.
Yeah, you got to get Danny Boy. Like you called me absolutely. Godzilla, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I call you JF. I love nicknames. I call Brendan Statler on the weekends. I call him Statman. I come up with nicknames for people. Saxy for Saxman. It's I love nicknames.
Danny Boy,
nicknames are great. Yeah.
All right, let's get to 17. Here's Levitt saying that President Trump's patience with John Thune is running out.
With respect to your first question on, remind me.
And if his patience is running out.
Look, the president spoke about this directly yesterday. His patience is running out. He wants to see as much of the Save America passed as possible by the August recess. He knows that's what the American people want to see passed. He was just traveling on the road yesterday, spoke about this, and there was a very loud applause from the people in the audience, the everyday Americans, because voter ID is common sense. They want proof of citizenship in our elections, and the president feels very strongly about that. And I would just add, the American people elected overwhelmingly Republicans to lead not just this White House, but also the House and the Senate. The House did its job. The Senate needs to do its job, too. I know it's a brief briefing today, but you're going to hear from the president directly twice today at 2:30 and also at 4:30. And we will see you all tomorrow night at the Correspondents' Dinner. Thanks, guys.
Wow. Correspondents' Dinner, I guess that's tonight. Excuse me. I'm not going. So we gave our ticket away because I only got one ticket. And there's no way I'm going to that without Ann. So you can forget that. So, we'll tune in, I guess, if we have time, or we'll be doing something else. It's all good. We're going to be talking about this tomorrow, Dan, but I want to cover what's going on in the WNBA now that I've got some time here, and I'll cover it again tomorrow. But this is pathetic, what is going on with Caitlin Clark and Sophie Cunningham. It's pathetic how these referees are letting this lady get beat up on a nightly basis. I mean, if I was her father, I would want her to get out of there. I mean, she's going to get physically hurt. Something bad's going to happen. The way they beat her up, and the referees and the feckless weasel league officials don't do a damn thing about it. And we all know what the root of this is. So now we're going to start talking about it. It started with Clay Travis yesterday, and so let's go right there. We're going to get to Clay Travis. We're going to be talking about this on Godzilla Wins. I can guarantee you it's not going to be in the rundown. I'm just going to introduce it. Me and Saxman are going to go off. So you definitely want to tune us in tomorrow. Cut to Travis. Here's the reality of what is going on in the WNBA.
Form of foul. So I don't know. Here with Insight is Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, host of the Clay, Travis, and Buck Sexton Show. Clay, why do so many in the sports media hate Caitlin Clark? And of course, the point that was seen around the world Sophie Alexander?
So many things here. I would start with this.
Cunningham.
As far left wing as the average political journalist is, the average sports media journalist is further left wing than that. The sports media is more biased to the far left than the political media is. And so within the prism of identity politics, which is all that left-wing analysis can exist within, as a straight white woman, Caitlin Clark is a threat to a lesbian black league. And so everything that she does cannot stand alone, as it should in all of athletics, where the best man or woman, not the best man pretending to be a woman, thank you, Sophie Cunningham, for saying it, should win. Right? And Caitlin Clark right now is one of the best players in the WNBA, and she's straight and she's white, and the league is falling apart as a result. If Caitlin Clark had the exact same talent, but she were a black lesbian, she would be celebrated in this league. Everyone would be in love with her. They wouldn't punch her in the throat. They wouldn't be writing that she's encouraging white supremacists to lynch basketball players, which is effectively what that moron at USA Today said. And so Caitlin Clark, by merely being straight and white, has broken what is otherwise a far left-wing league. A league, by the way, that has been propped up by the NBA for 30-plus years and would not otherwise exist if it weren't only made up of female players. That's why it's called the WNBA.
Yeah. Well, Clay, what percentage of her team's revenue would you guess that Clark and Cunningham bring in? It's got to be significant, correct?
Yeah, 90%. Look, I've said it before, Laura. I'll say it on this show. I think Caitlin Clark should leave the WNBA and start her own league, a league that would pursue basketball excellence no matter what your race or your gender was. I mean this. I think that Caitlin Clark is more valuable than the entirety of the WNBA right now. If she left and started a new league with about eight teams and took all players all over the country who just want to be excellent and don't want to have a political league, I think it would be more valuable than the WNBA overnight. Heck, Laura, I would invest. I bet Fox would. And I bet a lot of people out there watching right now would buy tickets.
Oh, I'd totally invest. And I think a lot of African-American players would join.
Here's the deal. Okay. We gotta rip the bark off this. And finally people are speaking out. This is a racist. The WNBA is a racist league. It's run by African-American lesbian players. It is what it is. I have no problem with African-American lesbian ball players. Don't really care. But they target Sophie Cunningham and Caitlin Clark because they're white, heterosexual, good ball players. If they were lesbians and leftists, the color of their skin would have nothing to do with it. The fact that they like men, they don't want men in women's sports, they're conservative, they're Republican, and they're straight is the problem. And so the league is feckless. They have no backbone. The referees can't control these games. And this is what is the matter with this league. And Travis is right. This has been propped up 30 years by the NBA's money. You take the NBA out, the league collapses the next day. They're not profitable. They can't sustain themselves. Clark gave him a shot in the arm, and now they're trying to run her out. I kind of like his idea, start a new league, but that's not going to be profitable either. The market is not there. So there's some things, the market is not there. Now, I understand if you want to get, sponsors to help you out and it's a good thing and you have some fans, that's fine. Just like, I think it was the AUSL, right? The American something softball league. It's a professional softball league. It's not profitable. It'll never be profitable. But people are, MLB is putting money in it. Colleges are putting money in it, so that great women's softball players have an opportunity to play after college. I love the idea, right? But let's not, beat up people that don't. Look, it's the WNBA has turned into a political organization. It started when Kelly Loeffler owned the Atlanta Dream. She owned the team. She was running for Senate again. And the team came out in the warm-up with Raphael Warnock jerseys on. See, if I was Loeffler, now she ended up selling out. If I was Loeffler, I'd have cut every one of them the next day. I'd have cut them all. And I'd have said to the coaches and the GM, find me 12 women that want to play basketball. I don't care what color they are. I don't care. But you know what? I own this team and I sign their checks, and they're going to disrespect me. That's not the way it works. I don't care how good they are or what league. Cut them all. Pay them. I've got the money. I'll pay them out. Let other teams pick them up. I don't care if we win one game or no games. I'm going to give 15 other women a chance that want to play ball, and they want to play for me. And they're not going to disrespect me. She didn't do it. She let him go on. She ended up selling the team. If she did that, she's U.S. Senator today. Now, people are just looking for courage. And she didn't do it. And they're looking, look, these two women, Cunningham and Clark, they should do that. Hey, why nothing about Paige Bookers? Why don't you ask yourself that? She's Caucasian. Why isn't she getting beat up every day? Right? She was a top pick. Why isn't it only Clark? Ask yourself what the difference is. Ask yourself. Now, Clark does bring some of this on herself, to be fair. She taunts. She trash talks. Okay? But that has nothing to... Trash talking and taunting has been going on in basketball since day one. It goes on in baseball. It goes on in football. It goes on. Anybody that's played the game, that's what you do. You trash talk. Okay? It's nasty. I get it. But if you want to play at that level, that's part of it. I don't condone it, but it is what it is. I mean, I've had kids on my team. They trash talk to them. They trash talk back. I never said a word. A lot of parents would be on me. Oh, you can't do that. No. You know what? I'm going to let my boys be boys. They're going to do it to them. They're going to do it back. Sometimes there's a fight. There's going to be a fight. I had fights in practice. I probably had more fights in practice because I ran tough scrimmages. And you played for me, you played physical or you didn't play. I cut your ass. I had physical teams. I don't care if you were the point guard. You have to post up. If you can't post up, you can't play for me. So look, I had fights in practice. I let them go. Parents come in, administration comes in, it's a big hullabaloo. Look, two boys are fighting. It's what they do. Nobody's dead. Somebody's got a black eye. I'll get over it. So I get tough. Old school. Couldn't do that today, get fired. All that stuff that I did back then, I get fired for all of it. Right? Can't do it now because we're turning out whips. But the bottom line to this thing is unbelievable. Okay. Neil is late. We got him for a couple minutes. What time is it? Here, let's see. 8:26. I got you for 6 minutes or so, right? No, yeah, 6 minutes. Neil McCabe live at the White House. Neil, good to have you with us.
Hey, John. Sorry I'm late.
No worries. Give us an update. I was just talking about the WNBA debacle going on, and basically the reason why they're beating up Collins and Sophie Cunningham, very simple. They're white, straight, heterosexual women that vote Republican. That's why they're getting beat up.
Yes, and it's a gangster league. It's this weird sort of gangster lesbian league, and it's not like a real league because it's only set up because these NBA, the NBA teams that own the WNBA teams, they just want to keep the revenue going through the year, and you can't really hire people for 8 months, right? So what do you do with them? So you basically just keep them going. The same thing with Major League Soccer, right? With the NFL teams. And so, it's a weird culture. Nobody has ever actually watched a WNBA game unless they had to. I mean,
that's an interesting way of putting it. And I'm laughing because there's some sliver of truth to that. The league has never made money for 30 years. It never will. And right. So, it just doesn't have the fan base. So I get that. All right. Yesterday, we were at the press briefing yesterday. Carolyn Levitt, basically, we just played this clip earlier, saying that she's had enough. President Trump has had enough with John Thune. Thune says he can't get to 50. They can't count there, but they do nothing. What's the next step here, Neil McCabe?
Well, the House Republican leadership has attached the Save America Act, or at least the House version of the Save America Act, to the Pentagon budget. And there's two piles on Capitol Hill. There's the must-pass bills and the not must-pass bills. And what usually happens is all the conservative or MAGA priorities are attached to the not, we don't care pile. And then there's a ton of stuff that Thune and his friends want. And Thune has, they want their contributors and their old law school classmates to become judges, and they want bridges, and they want swimming pools in all these senior centers in their, in their states. Like, there's a lot of stuff that Thune needs from the White House, and the Republicans need from the White House, and the White House should just cut them off. It says, if you can't figure out how to pass the Save America Act, we're not giving any of when your constituents come to D.C. for a White House tour, you don't get it, right? It's like you just cut them off. Nixon closed every military facility in Massachusetts after he lost Massachusetts in the 72 election. It was unreal. Like, the facility, there had to be like 10 active duty bases that Nixon just closed, right? When President Johnson was upset with Bobby Kennedy, he closed the Brooklyn Navy Yard. And that's it. Okay, you want to fool around? I'll just close the Brooklyn Navy Yard. And he did it, and it was gone. And it's like, people get the message. Thune needs to be taught that the president of the United States of his party has to be taken care of. And, John, they're using tactics against President Trump that you would use against a president of the other party. And so it's like, literally, they are undermining the president of their own party. President Reagan got more than 230 recess appointments. President Trump has gotten none. What's going on, right? Vice President Vance is the presiding officer of the United States Senate. He does not have to be recognized, right? So one of the powers of the majority leader is, as soon as he walks on the Senate floor, he's automatically recognized, right? And then he does whatever he wants. He can bring up bills. Thune, as the majority leader of the Senate, could walk on the floor and bring up the Save America Act today. It doesn't have to go through some committee. He doesn't need some special rule. He can just do it. Well, the vice president doesn't even have to be recognized. The vice president could walk into the floor, take the gavel, say, we are now in recess, and you could get 100, 200 appointments done.
Why won't J.D. Vance do that? Why won't Vance do that?
Who knows? It's, he could do it tomorrow.
He's got time to go on Joe Rogan. He's got time to go on Rogan. He's got time to go on The View. He's got time to fly around and make speeches.
He's on paternity leave, John. Whatever. It'll keep. We'll see after his attitude says. We'll see after Labor Day. Like, they're all going home anyway. So nothing will get done till after Labor Day. And then we'll just basically be sand dancing till maybe in the lame duck session, something will pass because people want to secure their retirement and private life.
I mean, the House Republicans, Neil, worked their tail off. They worked their tail off. And the Senate
tough votes. Nothing. The House Republicans are taking tough votes.
I don't know how Johnson gets this stuff passed with a 2-vote majority. I just don't get it. That guy is working nonstop. Emmer, who's coming up, whip has got to be the greatest whip in the history of the globe. I don't know how he's doing this. I mean, he's got a 2-seat majority. They pass everything.
Well, the natural majority for House Republicans is 240, 250. So there's a lot of House Democrats who know, for all their big talk about the midterms, there's a lot of House Democrats who know that they're standing on borrowed land.
We'll see what happens. John Thune does nothing. I mean, it's got to be frustrating if you're Tom Emmer. By the way, greatest whip ever. I mean, because how do you whip all these votes day in and day out? You got a 2-seat majority, you pass them all.
Oh, look at John Thune's deputy whips. The guy Tom Tillis, Todd Young, right? Literally, John Thune's whip team is made up almost entirely of Trump haters. Mitt Romney used to be a deputy whip for Senate leadership, right? Oh, anyway, it's a whipping post.
You think they just elevated the new deputy whip as Mitch McConnell? He's on it.
Yeah. Well, he shows up just as much as everyone else, I guess.
Weekend at Bernie's. Neil McCabe, thanks
sir.
for being with us. I got to go. Tom Emmer, next. Keep it right here. What's up, Chief? I got 2 live guests coming. 2 guys from the White House.
Mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
I am here because Washington needs fighters, and Graham Plattner is the fighter we need. You bet. I said to myself, that's my kind of man.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America. No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Okay, you got him. Good to have you with us. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your Oracle of the deplorables, coming alive in Washington, D.C. Tom Emmer, greatest whip in the history of man. How this guy gets this stuff done, passes these bills with a 2-seat majority, and Thune can't do anything is unbelievable. You know, when you think of the greatest House whips ever, they got to make a statue of Tom Emmer, put it right outside the Capitol, right outside of his district there in Minnesota. Majority House Whip Tom Emmer with us, Congressman, Minnesota. Tom, thanks for being with us today.
Well, thank you, John. But all I could think of, a statue, really? You know, the lefties will pull that one down right away. It's going to be over. I appreciate all the compliments, but you and I have gotten to know each other a little bit. You know that I'm a team guy, right?
Yes.
Yes, we have the job of majority whip in the House, but we got a big team. We got the greatest deputy chief ever, Guy Reschenthaler from Pennsylvania. We've got a whole bunch of deputy whips that, unlike maybe another body, are totally on board with the Trump agenda that 77 million people voted for. And you keep asking, how do we do this? We respect every single member. They've been duly elected by at least 700,000 people or more, give or take, that those people, that's their voice. And we need to respect not just the member, but the people that voted for that member. And I think we've earned it over the last couple of years. People know that when we talk to them and we tell them where we're at, where the team's at, that we're telling them the truth. And whether it's good, it's bad, or indifferent. And the results show when you see the votes, John. And this week was amazing because we had 3 major whipped bills, which doesn't happen. I was told that they've never had 3 in the same week. And let's just say it was fun and it was wild. And at the moment of truth, it all came through. Just remember, the whip team's job is to make the speaker and the leader look good and to make sure that we're honoring the promises that Donald Trump made to the American public. Donald Trump and our Republican majority. By the way, your previous guest, I'm going to add one more thing. While I love his enthusiasm, a large majority is not 240. A large majority under the new maps for this decade is somewhere between 220 and 230. Donald Trump may have changed that, right? Because he brought over regular Democrat voters in the last election, black voters, Asian voters, Hispanic voters, liberal Jews, young people, working men and women. He literally cracked the code on the Democrat voter that was left behind by their own party. They're not ours yet. They didn't sign up as Republicans, but because of Donald Trump, they're willing to look at our candidates, John, and they're willing to vote for them. So that 220 to 230 over this decade might actually start to grow.
So to hold the House, you guys need what, 218, right?
Yeah.
You need 218 to hold the House. I'm probably one of the only guys in media that think you guys are going to pull this out. I think you're going to win Whitman in the 1st district in Virginia. I think you got the greatest candidate you could possibly have. I'm sorry, in the 2nd district, Kiggins, I think she wins. I think Scott Perry, who'll be on with us Monday, I think he pulls it out. I think Bresnahan pulls it out. Fitzpatrick pulls it out. You win those seats, you guys are going to win the House.
Well, and we are going to. I mean, not only are the people that you just named exceptional representatives and incredible campaigners. I mean, you want to win campaigns. We got 435 pieces of geography in the House. Each one has unique demographics. You need the member or the candidate to look and sound, be from the district, right? And then they need to know the message that resonates, and they need to be in touch with their people. So whatever the national pressure is, John, that comes down from above, our guys can fight their way through it. And you talked about Fitzpatrick. Jen Kiggins is amazing. Don't underestimate Rob Whitman. And last comment about your state of Virginia. I just want to throw out, I'm going to be surprised if they don't show their anger at being lied to in a governor's race last election. You now have Tim Walz in a dress in the governor's office in Virginia. Abigail Spanberger lied to Virginians. She projected herself as a moderate, left-of-center Democrat that would reach across the aisle and get things done for Virginians. And the second they put her in, she took her mask off and she became the wild-eyed, crazy Marxist, communist leftist that some of us already knew she was. So I think that is going to help not only drive turnout, John, I think it's going to help those people in their elections get reelected. I think Virginians have a tendency, it's a very educated state. I think they have a tendency to exercise their concerns at the ballot box.
Majority House Whip Tom Emmer with us, Minnesota District 6 Republican. Whip Emmer, I agree with you 100%. Spanberger's approval ratings in Virginia have tanked more in 6 months than anybody in history, in recorded history. It's now under the worst governors that we've ever had. I don't know how she gets out of it, but she's been a disaster. So I think that's going to help Kiggins. It's going to help Whitman. I think they win those seats, and that's how you guys are going to hold the House. Now, you got the reconciliation bill you got the SAVE Act and the reconciliation bill that's going to the Senate. Walk our audience through, Tom, how this gets to be law, what exactly has to has to happen in the Senate?
Well, the reconciliation bill came directly from Mike Johnson has talked about doing Reconciliation 3.0. He's already talking about doing Reconciliation 4.0. So people who are paying attention know that the House, and especially led by our Speaker, is totally invested into using whatever tool is available to advance the America First agenda that Donald Trump has advocated for, and we promised to do. 3.0 ended up being very narrow, right? You've got 10 to 12 billion in there for ag. You've got money for the intelligence community because they're going to need it. You've got defense money in it. People can be critical of that, but they need to understand when it comes to those things, the reason it's so narrow, John, is if we started throwing in the other stuff, it would open up an amendment process in the Senate that literally they would offer hundreds of amendments to do what? To unwind all the reforms we got in the big, beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut bill a year ago that Donald Trump signed into law. So it was a conscious decision that we have to keep it narrow. So we can't allow the Elizabeth Warren et al., Chuck Schumer, all these crazy lefties, Bernie Sanders, to come after the reforms that the American people are now enjoying. So it's narrow. The other thing that was an issue, and it was always going to be, it's not paid for. What does that mean? We sent over a little less than $100 billion in this budget resolution. This is not the bill yet. People who are listening need to understand this is just the first step in the process. They pass it in the Senate. We both instruct the relevant committees as to what their limits are and what they can do, and then the committees will draft it. Once the Senate passes the budget resolution, if they do, then the House and the Senate will get to work, the relevant committees. We're trying to keep the Finance Committee out of it and others that could blow it up over in the Senate. They will get to work, and then you have a bill that actually has the language. But the pay-fors, it was an issue. This is what the White House asked for, again, because they didn't want to start pulling in these other jurisdictions, these other committees in the Senate, which could have been a disaster. And the real reason that it's built the way it is, John, is the Save America Act. I mean, this is one of the president's top priorities. And he is as you know, he has been very frustrated with the Senate that uses the filibuster, I would argue, and the parliamentarian. They hide behind that, both parties. This is why I've been saying regularly, there are no Republicans, there are no Democrats, there are just senators, right? They both play off this, it's the collegiality, it's the, they got to understand, and I know that some of them are upset when I do this because I get a little feedback from some of their more experienced members, but it's accurate. I am just as frustrated as the president. You have an 80% issue, John. This is not a Republican issue. This is an American issue. Republicans, Democrats, and independents in this country see no problem, and in fact, they want us to have citizens prove their citizenship when they register, and then prove that they are who they say they are, the citizen that they're supposed to be, with a photo ID when they show up to vote. That is an 80-20 issue. And I'm going to say it again. I know I'm going to get some feedback again. If you can't pass an 80% issue through this U.S. Senate, what the hell are you doing there, John?
I think that's the question that everybody is asking. And you had John Thune yesterday come out and say, I can't count to 50. Well, here's his problem. He's not going to be able to count to 50 when he gets primaried in 2028 by Kristi Noem. Lewandowski's going to run that campaign. He's not going to get to 50% there either. The guy can't get this done. I just don't know. I don't know why the president doesn't just say, look, let's give somebody else a shot. Mike Lee, Rick Scott, somebody. Obviously, you can't get the job done. And then get these people in and do something about it. Because, so walk us through. It goes into the Senate. You've got the SAVE Act in the reconciliation bill. What happens then?
Well, the White House is going to go to work. That's why they wanted it. This is, it is not over. And I understand what John is saying. I feel for John because he's protecting his members. He sees this as his job is to protect the members who are stopping this from moving. Here's the thing. I'll give you the example in the House. I call them the old bulls. The men and women who have been here for a long time and saw this place operate differently. I mean, we have for the listeners, about a 50% turnover on the Republican side every, 2 or 3 elections. But there are people who have the institutional knowledge and have been here. When our members started voting against rules, procedural rules, right? Because they didn't like the bill and, they were told, the bulls would say, you don't vote against a rule. That is sacrilegious. You don't do that. That's against what we stand for. My response was, I understand. But guess what? People are voting against rules now. So we can complain about it. We can say this is the way it's always been, or we can figure out how do we make sure that everybody feels part of the process so they'll vote for the procedural rule and they will vote for the bill. You don't sit back and go, well, the place doesn't change. I turn that now to the Senate. Don't tell us you don't have the votes. Figure out how to get the votes. And by the way, the reconciliation bill, once the parliamentarian goes through it, I'm sure that I don't even believe in the grant program, right? Because my state, Tim Walz is never going to take a grant for the elections to make sure they're fair and honest. I believe it should be passed in full. The parliamentarian can certainly drop it out and say it doesn't fit in this, the bird rule, quote unquote. Everybody blames the parliamentarian. But John, has anybody stopped to think about the fact that it only takes 50 senators plus one to overrule the parliamentarian? So it is actually a dishonest reflection of what's going on. The senators, and especially the majority, are in control of their own destiny. I got immense respect for all those guys, despite my frustration. But I would ask every one of them that's like on the fence or is blocking this, why? Why would you block something that 80% of America agrees with? And by the way, I'm betting that the ones that are a no right now, they all supported it when they ran. And since they've been here, what's the issue? I mean, is it Donald Trump? Are you just mad at Donald Trump? Please take your anger, take your frustration, put it to the side and work for the American people.
It's Trump derangement syndrome is all it is. And the fact of the matter is they're not going to overturn the parliamentarian because he can't get the 50 votes because then he would have to go on the record. Right now, they can say things on whatever news channel they're on or whatever video they put out, but they're not on the record. Once you get this bill there, you got to vote yes or no, and they don't want to do that. I mean, that's why this thing has never gone to the floor of the Senate. You've never had a vote on it because they don't want to put themselves in a position to vote against 80-20. I mean, that's really what the problem is, and they hate Trump, and so they see this as giving him a black eye. Look, I want you to comment on what you saw in New Jersey on Monday after the president's speech. Then you get Jersey. They say 6,600 people are on there. They're illegals, shouldn't have voted. They say, thousands of them voted. Then the Department of Justice says, no, it's not 6,600, it's 35,000. Turn over your voter rolls. They won't do it. What's the deal there, Tom Emmer?
Well, I'm living it in Minnesota. And by the way, before we leave it, your statement about the Senate, they have to put up a vote. This is why I'm so grateful for my teammates, Mike Johnson and Steve Scalise. The only way you get anything done in Washington, D.C. is if you put people on the record. You bring the bill to the floor and you say, this is the moment of truth. You are going to show all of America and your constituents where you're at. And guess what? People tend to do the right thing when you do it that way, and they're just not doing it in the Senate. New Jersey, I think, is a microcosm. It's amazing to me. The President of the United States goes on a national broadcast. NBC and these other folks won't carry it, right? And he talks about the serious international election interference here in the United States of America. He talks about the proof that they have uncovered since he came back into office. And it's like our left-wing media, John, just sits back and tries to pretend it doesn't exist. They write stories that these machines are that they're so good you can't do anything with them. Really? Whether it's 6,600 or 35,000, this is a problem, especially in blue states across this country. Minnesota is a classic example. You look at Minnesota. Pam Bondi, when she was the attorney general at the beginning of Donald Trump's second term, requested all the voter rolls and the voter history over the past several elections. That's the federal government asking for documentation so that they can verify the elections that Minnesota is responsible for. And the state is the one that administers elections at the local level, and they are responsible to administer the federal elections. Member of the U.S. House, members of the U.S. Senate, and the president, right? The federal government is entitled to see that they are doing that in an open, honest, and fair manner. And you know what? I got a Secretary of State that I knew when I was serving in the Minnesota legislature, Steve Simon. I don't know what has happened to Steve. Steve has become a hardcore Trump-hating partisan that said, no, I'm not going to provide it. And my state frustrates me, John, because every Minnesotan, I'm sure the partisans on the left would disagree with me, but every reasonable Minnesotan, and there are a lot, they should be furious. If you don't have anything to hide, give them the voter rolls. They're clearly, New Jersey, I think, is just the tip of the iceberg. Minnesota has, Donald Trump wins Tim Walz's hometown by 30 points, John. And you tell me he lost Minnesota by 7 after he lost it by only 2 in 2016? Yeah, really? I want to see your homework. I want to be able to go through your homework. And clearly, they don't want anyone to look at their homework because I can only assume it's crooked.
So the parliamentarian throws out the SAVE Act, which is what she's going to do. She's going to throw it out. Doesn't matter if it makes sense or not. And then Thune does nothing, right? I mean, then there needs to be a vote on the parliamentarian. They won't even do that.
Yeah, John, but that's the issue. That's where we're going to have a real problem. And I think all of our senators are going to run into a problem, even the ones that are great, because the frustration is going to continue to grow. They live in a bubble here in Washington, D.C. They have 6-year terms, which means for 4 years at least, maybe 5, they are stuck in an echo chamber, listening to each other, patting each other on the butt, wishing you have a great weekend, all this stuff. They're forgetting about the people at home that are so frustrated. And they listen to the media's garbage about, this election is going to be about the Iran war. It's going to be about about affordability. Well, that one's true, but it's not affordability. It's going to be about the economy, right? And right now, the economy there are amazing things going on in the economy. Perception's not quite there yet. We've got to have people. I should tell you this, John. I had a major bank CEO in here the other day. He was talking about customer data that they have, and he said it's very clear in the past year that the people that are from the middle down when it comes to wealth or assets, so the lower end of the middle class, he said it's very clear that they are benefiting more than any other sector of America because of the big, beautiful bill and the tax cuts and the credits. He said, even though they tell you that they're struggling, the news tells you people are struggling, John, their savings are going up. Their credit is not going up. Their credit is holding tight. They're not growing more credit. And by the way, he told me that their spending is up 6%. If that's the case across this country, John, the issue is, we got issues because of Iran, and the president is doing an amazing job. And I have confidence in him and Pete Hegseth and everybody that is executing. I don't have any confidence in our media in this country because they want to report that we are not succeeding on a regular basis. This is a problem that has come home very clearly, and we'll deal with that, I believe, after the Iran war their mission is complete.
Economy booming, all the underpinnings are there. Manufacturing is up, jobs are up, wages up. Even the stock market, I know that's up, but that's volatile. That doesn't affect everybody, but your salary, your wages, your jobs, your home, all of that is up. Okay, two things, Dan, hold the music a second. Two things. One, when are we going to get the AM radio in every car bill attached to one of these bills? When are we going to get this in? And can we do it before this session's over?
So I have a group of our members. I don't know how big it's going to be, but it's going to be a significant number that are going to sit down with leadership and make it. Obviously, I'll make it clear. I've been supportive of the AM radio bill from before it was offered, right? I actually, not as well as you do, but I did your job before I came to Congress. I was one of the talking heads on talk radio back in the Twin Cities. This is a national security issue. It really is. I mean, when you look at it, AM radio not only needs to be protected, it needs to be promoted, and especially for rural communities, outstate, non-urban. This is how they get their news. And when you have natural disasters, I got news for people who don't understand how radio works. AM radio many times is the only thing that is working after the tornado destroys a huge swath of the state, or a flood is taking out, causing major damage. So this group, which includes two broadcasters, Mark Alford from Missouri and Jeff Crank from Colorado. You would love these two guys. Crank was a conservative radio talk show host in Colorado before he came to Congress. And Mark Alford was one of these TV pretty faces, which I'm saying that to you. I haven't said that to him. But Mark, I love what he says. He goes, I came from one of the most least trusted professions to run for another untrusted profession. But these guys are committed to putting together a large group of our conference that already supports this and make sure that the leadership in the House understands this needs to be passed this year. Whether it's a standalone bill, whether you're going to put it on something, the time has come. And I do believe it'll get done this year.
Well, I tell you what, a lot of people are saying that, so I'm gaining more confidence. I know we're running very short on time. We both live in Washington, D.C. I'm Ward 2 chairman, as you know, in my district here. One of the only elected Republicans in the district. We got a communist mayor coming in that all she wants to do is stop Trump. Like, that's her whole agenda. I don't know how that helps your life in D.C. get better. Are you guys going to look, if she comes in and starts unraveling what we've done here, which is make it the most cleanest, most safest, beautiful city, are you guys going to look at pulling home rule?
I would have done that with Bowser or anybody else. I will tell you, the outgoing mayor, who has a lot of very strong rhetoric, which maybe you have to do that in the party of communism and Marxism and anarchism, but she clearly understands economics, because she's making sure that whether it's the UFC fight over the 4th of July or the Indy car race that is going to take place here incredibly on the Mall, she understands that brings people to the District of Columbia. And guess what? 200,000 people a day to watch the racing that's going to be here. John, they got to pay for lodging, they got to pay for food and fun, and they're going to do that. She's smart. I don't know about the incoming. I've seen all the rhetoric and all the awful things. Maybe the incoming mayor is going to have some understanding, but regardless, you don't even have to put that in the mix for me. I don't think they should have a mayor and a city council. I think the Congress should go back to running the District of Columbia.
All right, I'm going to get with James Comer, your colleague, just jettisoned out their tax increases. I mean, this is you can't make this stuff up. So congratulations, but I'm going to call Sally and get to your office. I know you got to go. Let's end on a high note. Twins won 2 in a row. They got 2-game winning streak, right? 3 games back in the wild card, only 4.5 out of the division, Everybody knows the White Sox are going to fold. It's just a matter of time. They're really not that good. Either is Cleveland. I think you guys got a shot to win the division. I think you got a shot to get in the wild card. And you had a little bump there, but you just won 2 games. And the Twinkies are right there.
I love this part of the discussion. Your Astros and my Twins climbing up the ladder after they were down in a bit of a hole. The Twins were not as far as Houston, but Houston has done a good job climbing back. Baseball this year is amazing. There's so much parity, and I love what you're saying, and I'm so happy for the Minnesota Twins. They are punching above their weight. The pitching, the coaching deserves huge credit. But I got to tell you, the team that concerns me are the Detroit Tigers. The Detroit Tigers should have started out much better. If you look at what they've done over the last month and a half, look out. The Tigers are coming. Yeah, and the Tigers are tested compared to those other teams. You're right about Cleveland. Cleveland is just a hat with nothing under it. And, the White Sox, I think, are a team of the future. I could be wrong. Maybe they'll gel right through the end and then make a run in the playoffs. I don't think they're there yet, though. I'm very impressed by how they're rebuilding. But the Central, everybody's like 500 or under 500 in the division that you've got with Houston. Whether it's the Mariners, whether it's like nobody wants to win it. It's like they get a little roll and then they take a couple weeks off.
We're 5 games. We're 5 games under 500 and 2 games out of first place. I mean, don't figure that. And but I agree
it sounds like the U.S. Senate.
Exactly. It's like the Indians, the Guardians, whatever they are. Cleveland. No, Ramirez, all hat, no cattle. I think I still predict the Twins are going to win that division, but I'd be worried about Detroit also, especially because Scoble now is pitching for generational bajillions of dollars because he's not going to stay with Detroit. Every game he pitches now is worth probably another $10 million in his new contract, assuming there's baseball in 27, which
I don't know that's going to happen.
Me either. I think you got to get a salary cap. Tom, I'm going to get with Sally, get to your office. Thanks for your time today. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, John. Thanks for what you do. We love you.
All right. Tom Emmer, House Majority Whip, Minnesota 6. I'm going to be right back with the Virginia gang. Stay with us.
Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm,
you got a guy at 9:30 and then 10.
Stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Jack Nicholson knows can handle the truth, John Fredericks.
Great to have you with us, John Fredericks Media Network. This is the Virginia Gang. I'm live in Washington, D.C. David Williams is joining us, candidate for U.S. Senate, Republican primary. Was that August 11th?
August 4th.
August 4th. Okay, I'm a week
4th.
week behind. It's coming up. It's in a week from Tuesday. So good to have you with us, David. First time we've met, first time we've talked.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
And you're on the Virginia Gang. Who do we got on here? Who's in studio? Dan, let's bring everybody in so I know where we're at. Let's see. Well, former Governor George Allen is with us. Governor, thank you for being with us today.
Good being with y'all.
Okay, is that it? That's
it if I don't count.
All right, so we got the former governor on. Governor, thanks for being. By the way, Governor, you look great today.
Well, thank you. Got to get all dressed up to be on your show with the Virginia Gang, and so there's a lot to talk about to make Virginia more competitive. We need reality rather than delusion.
Right. Well, let's start with let's start with our featured guest, David Williams, running for U.S. Senate in Virginia. That primary very contested. It'll be on August 4th. several other people in it. Bert Mizraou, if I can ever say his name, former general. There's a young lady in it I met. I honestly can't think of her name. I just don't. I covered and I have
Kim
no
Farrington.
idea. What's her name?
Kim Farrington.
Kim Farrington. Yeah,
And
nice.
Bert Mizraou.
Yeah. Okay. And Bert Mizraou. Okay. David, tell us why you're in this race, and tell me and the governor why you think you should be the nominee.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me, John. I really appreciate it. It's great being here. I appreciate being able to talk to all the Virginians out there. I wish you a happy Friday on this beautiful weekend. So for me, I started out in the Navy, then I went to the Marine Corps as an officer, infantry officer, then onto the State Department, where I became a diplomat, where I like to say I refined my ways there, and then on to the CIA. And so 30 years of service to our nation and to our country, because it is the greatest nation in the world. And I truly believe that in American exceptionalism. But I just started to see our country move further and further to the left. And as you see now, and I've been saying this for a while, where you see socialism is starting to take root with our young. And that was very concerning to me. And I knew that I had to do something about it. I knew that I had to get in the race. I knew that Virginia needed strong candidates. And so that is why I'm in this race. I truly believe that we are going to beat Mark Warner. And we have a plan. We know exactly how we're going to do that. And we are talking to Virginians on exactly how that's going to happen. And so that's why we're in this race.
George, Governor Allen, you won races in Virginia when they were still competitive and Republicans could win. And of course, we had Glenn Youngkin with his big upset over McAuliffe in 21. What does a David Williams have to do now to be competitive against Mark Warner, who's got $700 million in the bankers, or some enormous number?
I don't think he has that much, but he has right much money. David and Bert, both of them are doing, and I haven't met the woman running, and David just last Saturday morning was at that Virginia Beach breakfast, Republican breakfast. John, you and I were there fighting against the gerrymandering with it. And so, David, I heard good reports from people who were there. They were impressed by you. And there's nothing more important than that grassroots meeting the people, looking them in the eye, answering their questions. As I understood it, there was a fella who was at the Golden Corral where they have that breakfast, who was not a Republican, but just heard you speaking. And he got brought in and he said, I kind of like, or whatever, you intrigued him. And so Republicans to win in Virginia, you have to have the Republicans as unified as possible, which is not always the easiest task. I've always said you have to have all the wings flapping together in the same direction. But then you got to win the independent voters, the key of those swing voters, and maybe get a few Democrats. But in Virginia, neither Democrats nor Republicans can win just on that. They got to get some independents. Republicans generally need to get about 55% of the independent voters to win. The Democrats maybe need, 48% or 46%, because they have an advantage of 3 to 6% in elections in Virginia. So if you don't have the money, and because when I was running for governor, Mary Sue Terry had tons of money. We were dead broke. We were 31% behind after I got the nomination. But what we did is we just went out and went to country stores, met anytime there were people together, we were there, and get earned media, getting on John Fredericks' show, get on other radio shows, try to get free publicity, so to speak. It's called earned media. And if you do that and be resourceful and have a message that motivates people of what you want to do, it's important to say what's wrong. And there's a lot of things wrong going on in Virginia right now. The recent session of the General Assembly, what did they do? They said that Governor Spanberger said, going to make Virginia more affordable. Well, what did they do? They raised taxes. They're raising people's electric bills. and they gave themselves, they tripled their salaries to $50,000 for part-time
Unbelievable
legislature. That is not making Virginia more affordable or attractive.
No, it's the opposite. It's the exact opposite. And David, let's start here. You've got two of the candidates, somewhat. One's people think Burt might be the favorite, but differentiate yourself from the other two candidates. Why should people vote? Why should Republicans? Let's start there. Vote for you on August 4th, a week and a half away.
Because I can win. Period. Point blank. I could beat Mark Warner. Because just as the governor was saying, so we have to look at what we need here in Virginia. So the last race, we haven't won a Senate race since 2002. So we have to look at this strategically.
Who won that race?
That was John Warner. And so what we have to do is look at this strategically. We need votes. The last election we lost by 400,000. That was between Hunkow and Kane. 400,000 votes. How do we get those votes? Just as the governor was saying, we have to first unify the Republican Party behind our president, President Trump, and then a good candidate. I've talked to President Trump twice. The first time I let him know that we were running. The second time I gave him an update just recently. And so we are getting the national attention that we need. And so that's the first thing. Second thing, I'm out talking to Southwest Virginia. Those folks, that's 75% of the base. I won the straw poll handedly by 70% in the 9th district. The reason that's important is because if Southwest, if they don't get excited about you, then they're not going to come out and vote. And so they are excited about us because I'm out there, I'm talking to those folks about what's the issues there, the agriculture, the farming, the overreach of EPA, all of these things. And so they're behind us. And then we talked about the independent vote. That is a major, huge vote. If we look at Ed Gillespie, he won by, or he lost by just 0.8%. So he was able to get the rural areas. He was able to get the independent voters, which we'll be able to get the independent voters because Spamberger is just going crazy in Richmond, and people are looking for some relief. And then the third thing is we're going to have to get the minority vote. So Ed Gillespie, he lost. If he would have had 15% of the African-American vote, 15 to 20%, he would have won. And so that is the closest that we've seen. And no one has been able to get the African-American vote, which is the second largest vote here in Virginia. No one has been able to do that except Winsome Sears. And so we have to look at this strategically. We can continue to keep putting the candidates out there that's not going to be able to connect with the voters. And then they just go on and get, these cush jobs in the administration and this rotating door. But then the people in Virginia are the ones that suffer. And so this is what we have to make sure that strategically we have to put the right candidate.
How do you overcome the natural Democrat swing? We're in the middle of a war. Gas prices are up.
Yep.
A lot of our base is disillusioned by a lot of the things that are going on. I mean, I happen to think it's going to turn, and I think the Republicans are going to hold the House and actually pick up a seat in the Senate. So I'm the optimist here. But George, maybe not so much. But how do you overcome the negativity that's out there?
I agree with you, John. I am an optimist as well. But the way that you do that is you talk to Virginians about table topic issues, and that's the economy. One thing that I am telling them is, we have to work with President Trump on the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. You see that, the child tax credit, those are really having a great effect on just the young families. And so we have to make sure that we're talking about that to the voters, and they're seeing through all of the lies, essentially, that the Democrats, they're not even Democrats anymore. They're far left. They're Democrat socialists at this point. And so they've moved so far left, they've abandoned the folks in the middle. And so what I believe what you're talking about, John, is you're going to see a shift of these folks that are going to come over to the center. And it's up to us to have a good candidate that can welcome them in the tent, but then also ensure that we keep our conservative values, we keep our fiscal responsibility, because right now, we're at 38 trillion in debt. That is the greatest national security threat in my mind, because it's a house of cards. If we don't get that down, if we don't balance the budget, then we won't have a government for our kids in the future. And so that is the prime thing that we have to be talking about to these folks.
Governor Allen, is he right here?
There's a lot of things that David said are exactly on target. I would suggest to you that you emphasize the good things about the Trump administration, but you got to run on your own, on your own record of service to our country, and then point out the good things. That if we're up to the Democrats, we'd all be having a big tax increase right now. You're talking about no taxes on tips. That's a good one. Any restaurant you go to, you ask the waiters and waitresses and so forth, do you like not having to pay taxes on your tips? That'll resonate with them. And talk about especially, and you're right as far as winning in Virginia. And this is how Youngkin won, because I was very much involved in his campaign. They wanted to really turn out the vote and challenge the people in Southwest Virginia, the 9th District, the 6th District in the Shenandoah Valley, the 5th South Side. Hey, we can offset Northern Virginia if we vote strong, because in off-year elections, folks out in the country don't vote as much as they do in the suburbs of Northern Virginia and the urban areas. And so you got to really turn out the vote in the Valley, Southwest, and South Side. And then not just win Chesapeake and Virginia Beach, but win them big. Those are places where Republicans can win. You, having served in the military, will certainly resonate. And same with Bert in the Hampton Roads area with all the military, the naval installations, and Army and Air Force there. And so the military folks are going to naturally be receptive to you. Insofar as the minority vote, when I beat Chuck Robb in 2000, I got 17% of the African American vote. As far as I was concerned, that was the difference. When I won the governor's race, I got 23% of the African American vote, which you would say, well, gosh, that's not much. Well, it's about 5 times more than Republicans normally get. And so your issues, your ideas, your kitchen table issues are things that'll matter to folks. Southwest Virginia is energy literate. The Trump administration's energy policies have been excellent. And there's things that John knows that I don't necessarily think the Trump administration has done right, but emphasize the positive. The Secretary of Energy is excellent. Secretary of the Interior, excellent. What Zeldin is doing at EPA and making regulations more reasonable is outstanding. And so people in places that will understand that will care about it and how that resonates with them. The other thing for Virginia right now is that in rural areas, remind people of this gerrymandering effort. Yes. What they wanted to do was disenfranchise people who live out in the country. They wanted to give 5 congressional seats to Northern Virginia, to inside the Beltway. They wanted to disenfranchise people in the Shenandoah Valley. They wanted to split it 3 or 4 different ways. Remind people on the Northern Neck, the Middle Peninsula, Hampton Roads, they wanted to take away one of your members of Congress and give it to Alexandria. You remind people in the Piedmont area, the Richmond suburbs, they wanted to take your representation away and give it to Northern Virginia. So try to make it relevant to some extent what the Democrats in Virginia were doing, and Mark Warner supported all of it.
Yeah, he supported all that.
Yeah, and they're continuing to do that, and so what they're using is they're disguising the truth, and
that's a nice way of saying it.
And that's what because I remember talking to a young lady at the polling booth, and she said, "Yes, I voted yes for free fair elections. And when I explained to her that it would have, that is actually going to make it 10-1, you should have just saw her face. She was just so demoralized. She because she didn't understand the actual ballot. When she read it, it was disguised, and that is what they are doing. And it's not just this one. If you look at the upcoming ballot amendments, they're doing the same thing. And so there's just little words in there that if you're not politically savvy, if you don't understand what they're really saying, that you can fall for it. And I think that really Virginians are just getting tired of all of the political machinations and deceit, and they just want someone that is going to speak the truth, that's going to have integrity. Even with Mark Warner, he said that he was only going to run 2 terms, and we see that he lied to the voters. And so we have to start holding our politicians accountable when they say things like that, or when he voted to shut the government 13 times, right? So these are the issues, and these affected everyday people. I had Marines at the time that were not getting paid and had to try to figure out what they were going to do in the reserves. And so these are things that people are just fed up with, because politicians, they sit in their ivory towers and they don't represent Virginia. And I truly believe that Virginians are tired of that. They want people that are going to listen to them. And so we're seeing a lot of momentum because we're talking to Virginians about the things that really matter to them, and we're going to represent them.
I think that's a good message, John. Yeah. David, that's a good message. The key is people need to hear it. And I would get to as many groups as you can. If Kiwanis clubs, if Rotary clubs, if Farm Bureau meetings, wherever you can meet people. I think that people look at folks in Washington as out of touch.
Totally.
There's nothing more important than integrity. And so that's something that'll resonate with them. Shutting down the government. It's usually the Republicans who get blamed for shutting down the government. And I think one of the most stupid things of all is shutting down the government. It never does any good.
It's dumb. And we always lose. We always lose the narrative. It doesn't matter since Gingrich. It doesn't matter who does it. Republicans always get blamed. But if you can turn that, that they shut down the government, he voted 13 times to shut down the government.
Yeah.
Virginia is such a federal government state.
Yes.
Fortunately and unfortunately, but that is something that resonates, and it's so stinking stupid.
Yeah.
It's not as if you're saving any money. You end up actually paying these federal workers not to work.
Well,
because they ultimately make it up. And it's inefficient. On top of it all, you're not providing whatever services.
And they continue to get paid. They continue to go to work. I think they even had a recess in there. And so that is their main job, is to make a budget and pass laws and legislation.
Yeah.
If we went to work and we didn't do our job, what happens? You get fired. And so that is why we really have to start holding these the politicians, Mark Warner, Abigail Spammer. We have to start holding them accountable. If you come in as a moderate and then you flip the switch and you start raising taxes over 51 tax proposals, you start taking people's Second Amendment laws or their rights, and then you try to ram down our throats redistricting, which 2/3 of Virginians have already voted for.
Call it gerrymandering.
Yes, exactly. Then we need to make sure that we hold them accountable. We need to make sure that we go out. There's going to be a referendum vote. I truly believe what John is saying here is going to be a referendum vote where people are tired of this. They're going to come out. Mark Warner's worried. I think he said that if elected, this will be his last term. Well, guess what, Mark Warner, you said that the last time, and you said it. And so, like I said, it's lunacy. He's not leading. All he does is sits up there and makes anti-Trump videos in his car, and I tell you, it's not resonating with people. We call him Mark Weiner, I think.
If you're the nominee, all he's going to do is run against Trump. Every press release he puts out, that's all he does. Remember, he was a guy that flew with that phony dossier guy and met him in London under the table. Try to get stuff. He's full of it's not the Mark Warner that first ran where he was a business guy.
Right.
So you got to hit him on that.
Yeah.
But look, we're out of time. But I agree with the governor. You got to get out there. You got to get as much earned media as you can. You've also got to be advertising on the John Fredericks Media Network.
Yeah.
So no ads, you don't win. You advertise on my show, you win. George knows he advertises, he wins. That's what happens.
And can I give this shameless plug there, John?
Yeah, how do people reach you?
All right, so we need Virginia to stand up. We need Virginia to come out and fight. They're trying to take over our Commonwealth. Please go to David Williams FORVA. Let's get out. Let's vote before August 4th. If you want to go vote August 4th, please do so. But let's get out and let's do this, Virginia. We have this. God is with us. Let's go. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless our great Commonwealth.
David, thank you. Thank you for coming into our studio. It's
Thank you,
great to meet your family. Quick break on the Virginia gang. When we get back, he was in Roanoke yesterday. U.S. Comptroller Gould, next, live in studio. Keep it right here.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections.
Great job.
Because the
Do I have your card?
So
yeah, I give it to you here.
They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight, but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Beer 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Salty, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking, free. General admission, free. Memories, priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
If you want to go after an athlete, one of my athletes, you go after one that doesn't do the right things. You don't downgrade him because he does everything right and may not play as well on Saturday, and you let us make that decision. That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage, and the editor that let it come out is garbage. Attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today? Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Virginia Gang, Governor George Allen with us. You get to meet with Governor George Allen. He's going to be joining us here on Virginia Gang. And we are with one of the key members of the U.S. Treasury Department under Scott Besson, who's doing, I think, one of the most phenomenal jobs ever. And that is Jonathan Gould, the controller, the comptroller with an M, the controller of the U.S. government. And part of the OCC. We're going to explain that in a minute. A lot of people don't know what this is. He was in Roanoke yesterday. You're with Governor George Allen with us, and it's good to meet you, Jonathan, and good to have you here with us. Let's just start. Tell our audience, what does the U.S. Comptroller do, especially with a $40 million debt, trillion dollar debt? Sorry, me and being trillion. And what is OCC? How does this fit in? What is your overall job functionality, and how does it affect everyday Americans?
Well, thank you very much for having me on your show. The OCC is a bureau, as you noted, of the United States Treasury. We are actually the oldest federal regulatory agency in existence. We date back to 1863, where then President Abraham Lincoln, during the Civil War, together with his Treasury Secretary, Salmon P. Chase, created us to charter, regulate, and supervise the national banking system. The national banking system exists to ensure the rise of and facilitate the rise of nationwide banking markets, whether we're talking about mortgage markets, consumer credit markets, et cetera. We have been tremendously successful over our 163-year existence. We now supervise over 1,000 banks across this country, with over 18 trillion in assets on their balance sheet. So that's about 2/3 of the entire commercial banking system. I like to think of us as the eyes and ears of the Treasury Secretary into the U.S. banking system.
So when you're overseeing that many assets, right? So what, $18 trillion? How do you guys navigate through when we went through the bank failures in 2008, how do you guys navigate through what is going on right now? And you've got a lot of bad debt out there, a lot of people starting to default. Does that cause you any consternation?
Well, our job is to make sure the banking system and the banks that comprise the national banking system are safe and sound. And so to that end, we have thousands of career examiners who've been trained over many years and across many different cycles, including cycles where we've had problems like in 2008. And they fan out across the country. In some cases, with our larger banks, they're actually in the banks every day. With smaller banks, they're in there more periodically. One of the things that makes our agency, I think, relatively unique among Washington, D.C. agencies is that we have 49 other offices across the country, which again embeds us all over the all over the country's geographic reach and puts us in touch with local communities and community bankers to see on the ground what's going on. So that's how we deal with that. Again, having a great and well-trained examiner workforce and being proactive in terms of cutting back compliance burden that doesn't make any sense and focusing on what really matters. So material financial risks to the system.
You're on the Virginia gang. We're going to bring Governor George Allen in a moment here, talk about your visit in Roanoke. We're with U.S. Comptroller Jonathan Gould, part of the Department of Treasury, OCC. So when you're talking to bankers right now, right? Bank CEOs, just bankers, people that are running community banks, which we're involved in. Our entire company debt is funded by a conglomeration of community banks and SBA loans. Thank you, community banks. We have no business from any big banks. It's all the small ones. But what are they telling you when you meet with bankers and you say, what's the number one driver, your number one concern? You're running this bank conglomeration. What are you hearing from them, Comptroller Gould?
So I spent a lot of time on the road outside Washington, D.C. Yesterday, being down in Roanoke was no exception to that. It was great to be in Roanoke, the Star City. It's not too far from where I grew up in Lynchburg, Virginia. So great to be back there and hear directly from community bankers down in Roanoke. But across the country, when I visit with community bankers, I mean, one of the things that I hear loud and clear is just over the last 18 years, so post that 2008 financial crisis that you mentioned, really a lot of supervision and regulatory decisions that, frankly, unelected bureaucrats like me have made, some of my predecessors have made, was an overreaction to the 2008 financial crisis and really put a lot of burden on our community bankers. And so, every hour they have to spend on unnecessary compliance is an hour they can't spend with helping their customers to help realize their kind of economic aspirations. Likewise, every dollar that they've got to keep on the sidelines is a dollar that they can't lend to support local economic activity.
Thank you.
And so a lot of what we're doing under President Trump's leadership and, consistent with what we're seeing Secretary Bessent coordinate across a lot of the federal banking agencies is right-sizing that regulation, allowing banks to resume their proper role as financial intermediaries, get off the sidelines and start having real impact again in their communities.
Comptroller Gould, what have you put in place to stop the bigger banks from gobbling up the community banks, which for a company like ours has been the lifeline of our business? Like, we won't do business with Wells Fargo, Bank of America, all the big ones. They don't care if we live or die. Our whole company is built on local community bank and lending. What is your assurances that they don't continue to get eaten up by the bigger banks to get their asset growth?
Well, so one of the things we are trying to do is particularly tailor regulation and supervision such that smaller banks aren't subjected to the same kind of regulatory and supervisory framework as their larger competitors. One of the interesting things about the OCC, and this is unique among the banking agencies, is that the largest banks that we regulated are literally 100,000 times the size of our smallest banks. So that's a huge range. So we see kind of the top end of the spectrum as well as the bottom end of the spectrum in asset size and everything in between. And we're very focused on making sure that our regulation is tailored so that we don't have the same expectations for a small bank as we do for a big bank. Now, there are statutes in place that prevent certain of the very largest banks from getting bigger and bigger through acquisition. So obviously, we respect those statutes and make sure that doesn't happen. But again, we are focused on the community bank regulatory and supervisory framework, doing everything we can so that those banks can take control of their destinies again, choose what path makes the most sense for them, for their customers, for the markets that they serve, whether that's through organic growth, through acquisition, whatever it might be, so that they have a fighting chance to survive and continue to provide kind of the lion's share of ag lending, CRA lending, small business lending that propels America.
Governor, Jonathan Gould makes way too much sense to be in the U.S. government, don't you think?
No, I loved listening to him. In the previous segment, I was commending the excellent Secretary of Energy and the Interior and EPA, and was talking about regulations. Comptroller Jonathan Gould is another excellent appointee that, but for your show, I would not have been able to listen to his leadership and his manner and his purpose. I just know from community banks, when you had all these regulations after the financial crisis, they put in all these regulations and they thought, oh, the big banks and this, that, and the other. And what's happened is even more consolidation and fewer smaller community banks, and the bigger banks got bigger. And the main reason for it is the economies of scale, the cost of these regulations and oversight. But there are regulations, and some are reasonable, and some, as Comptroller Gould said, are excessive and not material. And why make them go through these costs? It's just like in manufacturing. The cost of manufacturing, of regulations for small manufacturers is twice as much for a small than a large, because they don't have the economies of scale. So Comptroller Gould, recognizing that and making sure that the regulations are reasonable, is something that you rarely, as you say, John, hear from the federal government. And so I think that's vital. And a lot of the small community banks, generally speaking, they either have to expand and merge and get larger. So you do have that efficiencies of it. So you spread those costs out over many branches, so to speak. So I'm really glad to hear what the comptroller just had to say. That's the kind of leadership you really would want in it. And you care about these community banks. You care about the depositors, the safety of their deposits. You want them making those loans in their communities. I always, generally speaking, use community banks that can make decisions quicker.
Exactly.
Than the bigger ones. And I generally like, it's just like, I'm not against chain restaurants, but you do like to go to restaurants that, this is mom and pop. These are people who are the Texas Tavern in Lynchburg, or
you can meet the owner.
Yeah, the owner and other families. There's nothing wrong with it. Franchises are owned by individuals as well. But you do like that local color, and you like to support community banks. But the main thing is you want community banks. You did nothing against big banks or regional banks or community banks, but let the people decide. And the more choices in a free market that you have, the better.
Well, Jonathan, I can tell you that Ann and I, my wife Ann and I, have built this company from the ground up. And we now own 23 radio stations. We started with one show in Norfolk some years back and built it up. We've never would have been able to do that without building relationships with community banks, building relationships with their CEO that took the time to sit down with us, understand our business plan, understand how we were going to pay it back. You go to one of the big banks. I mean, the first couple of times we did that, we got mocked out of there, laughed out, and they kicked us out and said, come back when you have a real company. So you have no shot as a small business owner if you can get to the community banks and you can build a relationship and they can take the time to understand what your vision is. You've got a real opportunity for that. That's why I'm so excited that you're focused on being able to, that they can survive, not get taken over, and they don't have the same regulatory paperwork that some of the bigger banks have, John.
Yeah, and then they have to hire the staff for all this compliance.
Exactly.
And so you end up with a bigger percentage of their employees in compliance than what big banks would have.
Right. Jonathan, President Trump has made an edict just about a week ago, and he doesn't want banks to be giving loans to illegal aliens because they're illegal. And so every time you give a loan out to an illegal alien, that loan fund goes down because it's a percentage of your time deposits, which means you can't give a loan to a U.S. citizen. What is your position on that, and how are you going to enforce that, Jonathan Gould, going forward?
Well, thank you for raising that point. So obviously, prior administrations, specifically the last one, embraced an open borders policy and then ignored the consequences of having that approach. And in contrast, under the president's leadership, obviously he and his administration very focused on addressing some of those consequences that flowed from those misguided policies. And so, as you note, the president issued an executive order which charged the Treasury, of which we're part, so Secretary Bessent and a number of us, including the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, the OCC, as well as a number of other federal banking agencies, with attempting to address some of the issues, again, that flowed from this misguided policy over the past years. So we are focused on a lot of things. And some of this goes back to the points that you all were raising around community banks. So number one, what we've done, again, together working with the Treasury Secretary and the team over at Maine Treasury, we have been focused on making sure that banks are aware of their existing obligations to know their customers. So that's an existing obligation. And, I was down on the front lines, if you will, down in Texas with Secretary Bessent not too long ago, hearing from community bankers there who are grappling with some of these challenges and hearing all the success stories they have had in, again, kind of knowing their customer effectively. That's so important that banks know their customers because, of course, Americans, I think, have a reasonable expectation, consistent and entirely in line with the president's EO, that essentially our banking system not be used to facilitate illegal activity, whether it's money laundering, illicit finance, what have you. So that's an entirely reasonable expectation. And the president's EO gives us common sense tools to help drive this forward.
Like give us an example. Some illegal alien has a business or whatever, goes in for a loan. What are the safeguards in place that they're not going to be able to get that loan?
So let me give you a couple of examples kind of related to that. So one is we issued guidance, again, together with our federal counterparts, identifying a number of red flags. So specific kind of hallmarks that not in all cases, but in some cases might present heightened risks of illicit activity. So we have, again, helpfully provided that information to banks so they can, with their limited compliance teams, particularly at community banks where they are a limited number of resources, can focus on kind of areas of highest risk. Another thing that we did more recently, again, consistent with the president's EO, is, as you know, we are a safety and soundness regulator, meaning we want to make sure that when banks make loans, for example, that the banks understand the credit risk associated with the borrower to which we're lending. And so we issued, again, together with some other federal banking agencies under Secretary Bessent's leadership, we issued guidance around that, just again, highlighting the risks potentially posed by borrowers that are not actually legally here in this country and cannot legally work, right? When obviously for most of us, when we take out a loan, the source of the repayment is our salary. And if, of course, we are not here or have the legal right to work here,
if you've been deported, you can't pay it back.
And so, again, some of what we're highlighting here, I think, is just kind of common sense observations. But we're trying to be as constructive as possible, really support banks in their efforts, both from a know your customer basis. So making sure they understand kind of the potential kind of heightened risks associated with of illicit finance associated with illegal aliens. And then on the flip side, too, focus on the safety and soundness and the potential credit risk.
So, Jonathan, when I got, we're just getting another loan now. It's called an SBA Express loan. We're in the middle of buying another station just outside of Nashville, right? So we go to our local bank. They understand this. They bought the first one for us. It's basically how this thing works. So, but my banker there, Michelle Koss, great lady, been there forever, said under Biden, like they were strong arming us to fast track SBA loans that we had no business giving people, that they were their cronies or they were their friends or there was a pet project. And they were actually, calling us, administration people are calling us up, because we're still responsible for 10% of it. They were actually calling us up to get these loans through for their cronies, even though, they didn't meet our qualification standards. But then she said when Kelly Loeffler came in, that stopped. Is that part of what you guys have done?
Well, look, I can't speak to the specific facts, what was going on in the last administration. I think what I can tell you is that, we are focused on safety and soundness. We want to make sure our banks are safe and sound. That's what our statute says. That's what our mission is. We're not here to play partisan politics and play games. Right. Our examiners are well trained. They call balls and strikes, and we are focused relentlessly on safety and soundness.
Trump accounts, which I think is one of the most amazing things that's ever been done, where children that are born between, I think, December 2025 and December 31st, 2027, the government, under one big, beautiful bill, donates $1,000. Then it gets into an account. Then it's tax-free. Then grandma can give money. George Allen can give money to his grandkids or whatever. That's all tax-free. That grows. How are you guys involved in that?
So this is obviously a transformational program, which is going to turn, our youngest generation and over time future generations into having a stake in the greatest economy on earth. So this is utterly transformational. Obviously Secretary Besant, together with others, has been kind of leading the charge here. I think there are over 7 million accounts already created, $1.5 billion already put in there. I've opened an account for one of my children. Some of my children are too old, unfortunately, but for my one son that is, already opened an account. So it's hugely exciting and transformational. And I would note too, it's an antidote to some of the bankrupt ideologies that we're seeing in certain cities and on colleges' campuses. This is a potential antidote to that, teaching all of us at a young age what we have at stake in America and its future.
Governor George Allen, we're going to give you the final word here on the Virginia Gang with U.S. Comptroller Jonathan Gould. Go ahead, Governor.
Well, Jonathan Gould is an outstanding leader, and I agree on the Trump accounts. I think it'll improve economic literacy of the next generation because they apparently are not learning about free markets and free enterprise in their schools or even in their colleges when they think socialism is somehow as attractive when it's a failure. The final thing, and Jonathan, it's not your fault, but the biggest concern for me is our debt. And you've brought it up, John Fredericks, a lot on this. We are now, the interest on the debt, paying interest on the debt is going to be larger than the entire Department of Defense budget. And national security is our paramount responsibility for the federal government. And we need to grow the economy and cut back on wasteful, unnecessary spending. But I'm really glad, John, you bring it up. And Jonathan Gould, thank you. Thank you for your competent, professional, and principled service. And John, thank you for making sure that your listeners learn about Jonathan Gould, learning about what's going on to make regulations reasonable. And I've always said you need to regulate the regulators. And Jonathan's doing that.
Governor George Allen, I want to thank you, George. Thanks for being with us. My best to your lovely bride. Tell her I said hello.
Sure will.
Always love when we get together with the former First Lady. Tell her I said hi. Great lady. And Jonathan, I want to thank you for being with us. But I can't end the show without giving a shout out to your number one assistant here, the best in the administration, Rebecca Naus. I've known forever. Boy, she sent me an email. I responded to her in, I think, 20 seconds. I don't even know what I was doing. Well, I saw her name pop up. I'm like, this is a serious lady. If she wants something, I'm getting it done. Great hire. Great. She is going to be such a important part of your team. Patrick, I don't know you. I'm sure you are, but I love Rebecca. So sorry for the slight. There's only one Rebecca. Jonathan, thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much, sir. Really
Thank you. I never even knew there was a comptroller of the United States. This is what you learn when you're here on our show. So thank you. And thank you for your visit to Roanoke. And thank you for working with our small community banks. Thank you for giving them an outlet. Thank you. All right. Got another guest when I get back. We're going back to the Trump administration, and we'll be right back. Let me just be sure. I'm getting a little bit older here. Coming up is Admiral Brian Christine is going to be with us, and we're going to take a half hour of Michael Patrick Leahy show until 10:30. We'll be right back. Stay with us on the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, 22 million and growing. Thanks for being with us. Be right back.
Are you tired of feeling lousy? Maybe you had a scare at your last checkup, or just walking hurts? When enough is enough, call PhD Weight Loss. When
am I supposed to stay on, or am I?
3 pounds ago, I knew I couldn't do it alone. I'm Mike Gallagher for PhD Weight Loss. Best phone call I ever made. They were right with me. They still are today. Right now, mention Mike. You'll get 2 free weeks added to the program, and they'll pay for the cost of your food. $1,500 value. Call 864-644-1900, 864-644-1900, or visit myphdweightloss.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Christian Healthcare Ministries is not another health insurance policy. If you're tired of restrictions, CHM offers anytime enrollment on your schedule at half the price of traditional marketplace plans. See why believers across the nation are better with CHM.
Get started by calling 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS for a 50% credit towards your first month. That's 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS.
Democrats are hoping to exploit a growing rift within the GOP over the issue of AI data centers.
The data centers are causing concern in rural areas and states due to their likely impact on land, water, and local life. It's an issue that resonates with states like Arizona and Ohio. In Texas, those data centers are rapidly expanding, while both Democrats and Republicans voice their opposition. Republican Governor Greg Abbott has promised to regulate the centers, but his critics say the actions lack urgency. It's still not clear which party would benefit the most from worries about the implications of fast-growing AI and the massive facilities needed to power its growth. Bob Hagner reporting.
The Secret Service says a member of Vice President Vance's security details under investigation over a suspected news leak. An agency spokesman says the individual is facing an internal investigation and a potential criminal inquiry over allegations that he or she compromised operational and information security. Townhall.com. Author Salman Rushdie back in court some 4 years after being stabbed on stage.
Salman Rushdie sat across a New York courtroom from his convicted attacker, Hadi Matar, at Matar's federal terrorism trial, telling jurors about the ambush that nearly killed him, blinding him in one eye, in the 2022 attack at a cultural center where Rushdie was scheduled to speak about threats to writers and artists. Matar is currently serving a 25-year state prison sentence for his attempted murder charge conviction. In the federal terrorism trial, prosecutors say Matar was acting on an Iranian leader's 1989 call for Rushdie's death because of Rushdie's novel, The Satanic Verses. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Rabbi Jeffrey Meyer is retiring from the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. He led the community through the aftermath of the 2018 anti-Semitic attack that killed 11 worshipers. More on these stories at townhall.com.
You hear a lot about weight loss injections because the results are dramatic, but injections aren't for everyone. So doctors created a new generation weight loss supplement. This is non-prescription lean, and the science behind it is impressive. The studied ingredients in lean are intended to address weight loss in 3 powerful ways: help maintain healthy blood sugar, help control appetite, and help convert fat into energy so you burn it faster.
Get 20% off with discount code Godzilla at TakeLean.com. Code Godzilla at TakeLean.com.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive JFred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Sunrise paints the fruited plains around the grill. My family's here, reflected in my grandchild's face. Another year, another grace. We gathered round the old oak tree. My heart swells for what we're meant to be. And as the flag waves strong and free, I whisper thanks to dear liberty. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow old. I remember Sundays, pew by pew, my own kids growing strong and new. We'd sing the hymns, then talk of a right, of justice shining ever bright. And later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose, we cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow old.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who trucks the truth from coast to coast, John Fredericks.
Well, this is a bonus hour of the John Fredericks Media Network. We're extending this to 10:30 because we have a very special guest. And as you know, I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, coming live in Washington, D.C. We have a very special guest today live with us in studio. You know, one of the things I do, this is the perfect guest, because one of the things I take every day is, well, my testosterone, Zeus, from the wellness company. Take 2 every day. It's my testosterone. You get a little older, gets a little depleted. Nothing you can do about it. Just happens as you get older. So if you're 22, you don't need it a lot of times, but you get to be my age and you got to replenish that testosterone. So I take Zeus 2 a day, as everybody knows, from the wellness company. So that's my lead in for my special promotion. Perfect timing, Admiral. So just go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla, and get your Zeus. And you can get 10% off by promo code Godzilla. I take 2 a day. So I'm so healthy and vibrant, even at 68. Amazing, because I take my Zeus and I keep my testosterone levels up. Speaking of testosterone levels, joining me now, special guests live in studio, Admiral Brian Christine, and Deputy Director of HHS under one of our favorite HHS directors ever, Robert Kennedy Jr. And I think he's doing a super job, and we're all for Maha. Admiral, thanks for being with us today.
It is a great day to be here. Thank you so much, John. Listen, to serve President Trump as the Assistant Secretary for Health at the Department of Health and Human Services, to work with Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, to get to work and to help people like Secretary Pete Hegseth, this is an honor of the lifetime. I am so glad to be here with you today.
And you're front and center right now because we all had tremendous expectations for HHS under RFK Jr., my good friend Dr. Oz, who's there running the Social Security situation, cracking down on the fraud. But you, as Deputy Secretary of Health, one of the things that you're involved in now is DOD Secretary Pete Hegseth wants to be sure that our enlisted personnel have the proper amount of testosterone in their system, right? Which we were just saying earlier, through no fault of your own, for some men it just depletes out and you got to replenish it. Walk us through. That's gotten a lot of criticism by the Dems and by the communists, a lot of the trans people, I guess, I don't know. But what are some of their criticisms and why are we going down this path, Admiral Brian Christine?
Yeah. So, John, before I became President Trump's Assistant Secretary for Health, I have practiced 35 years as a urologist, and my practice was focused very specifically on men's health. So I understand the need for testosterone replacement in some men. And let me say that I stand 100% behind Secretary Hegseth on his initiative. What he's saying is that we need to screen our warfighters aged 30 or aged 30 and above, screen them for their testosterone level, because as we men age, you can have a decreasing testosterone level. That can occur. The other thing is that our warfighters are under incredible stress, and we know that there's something called operator syndrome. Operator syndrome is observed in special operations fighters, in our war fighters who are under incredible stress in their jobs, and you see a falling level of testosterone. Recognizing that these things can happen, Secretary Hegseth has said we need to screen men 30 and over to check their testosterone levels so that if we do identify low testosterone in these individuals, we can address that. He's made it very clear this is not about artificial enhancement. This is about maximizing the health, the readiness, maximizing the ability of our warfighters to carry out their special mission. I'm 100% behind it.
I mean, it's just a matter of good health. It's a matter of being able to be sure that your body is functioning in that capacity. I mean, it's not like you're going to an office every day, you have a corporate job and you've got to make a presentation, or you're going on a sales call. It's a little bit different when you're in the Persian Gulf, or you're a war fighter. You have to be at the top of your game, top of your health. And so I don't really get what the criticism is. Any guy over 30 like me, I'm 68, got the blood test, went to the doctor. He said, look, your testosterone is about on the edge. I think it's 2% is a minimum or something like that. And I was like right there. And he said, you got two choices. You can either take a testosterone supplement or you can take an injection, pick one, but you're dangerously low. And it doesn't, when people think of testosterone, they think, well, it's just manhood. I mean, it affects your level of stress. It affects your level of energy, right? It affects so many other things in your body.
Absolutely. Admiral. We know that, for instance, men with low testosterone have higher rates of obesity, higher rates of diabetes, higher rates of cardiovascular disease. Those chronic diseases that Secretary Kennedy rightly says are ravaging our country, there are higher rates of all of those in men with low testosterone. This screening that the Department of War is going to be moving forward with, it's not about forcing men to take testosterone. What it's about is doing a screening. And if we see this vital health indicator, because in my opinion, the single most important number to predict men's health, to look at their health span, their lifespan, their wellness, is the blood level of testosterone. So if we identify a low level of testosterone, that's going to allow the healthcare providers in uniform to say, hey, let's come in, let's talk about this, let's counsel this. For some men, you may find that a man comes in, he has a warfighter with a low testosterone level. Perhaps he's carrying a little more body fat. Let's do some lifestyle changes. Let's change your diet. Let's get you active, eat real food, get out there and be physical. That may be all it needs. It's not about forcing testosterone on anybody. And listen, I'm a 63-year-old man. I take testosterone. It's made a tremendous difference in my life, but this is not about artificial enhancement. It's not about forcing testosterone. It's about maximizing the health of our war fighters, taking care of our folks in uniform.
Now, do you prefer the testosterone be taken via oral pill or by injection? Which is more effective?
I personally do testosterone injections. I do several injections a week because that way you can space it out during the week and keep a steady level. In my practice as a men's health expert, there's certainly different ways to administer testosterone. A lot of men would pick self-injections. Some men didn't like to do the injections. That's what I do for myself. But there's a whole host of ways to treat low testosterone. Again, what we're talking about is maximizing the ability of our warfighters to carry out that critical mission to protect, to defend, to be there for us in America. I think this is an incredibly wise move. And I say, Secretary Hegseth, I'm behind you 100%.
So why have the Democrats criticized this? I mean, it's a matter of men's health, right? Why are they criticizing something that is, as a trained urologist, testosterone is an important part of all the things that you said: body fat, energy, stress level, etc. Why are the Democrats criticizing it?
No, it's a great question. Why would someone be critical of this? And I think part of it is an education aspect, because testosterone in the past has gotten a bit of a bad rap. Now, listen, we've seen athletes use testosterone getting above normal levels in their blood. We've seen Hollywood actors. You can tell they're on way too much testosterone. The point is, testosterone had gotten a bad rap, but things changed dramatically in 2023. There was an FDA-initiated study called the Traverse Study. The Traverse Study looked at 5,285 men who are on testosterone replacement. It followed them out. It was the most definitive study on testosterone replacement. And here's what it found, John. It found that testosterone replacement does not increase the risk of heart attack, stroke, or cardiovascular disease. It does not increase the risk of prostate cancer. It does not cause a man who has prostate cancer to get worse prostate cancer. What the Traverse study found is that replacing testosterone to good, healthy levels is absolutely a benefit to a man. We know testosterone, it's a natural substance. Testosterone is in our bodies naturally. It's about not, again, artificial enhancement, as the secretary has said. It's about optimizing health. And listen, there are some men who need testosterone replacement. Sounds like you and me are two of them, and that's okay. It's about doing the right thing.
Admiral, what is it that causes, as men get older, their testosterone level to deplete? What causes that?
Yeah, that is a great question. We know that as men do get older, there's a natural falling off of testosterone oftentimes, and that's just part of us getting older. We also know that things like obesity, for instance, chronic disease will accelerate that fall in testosterone, okay? And here's what we also know, and this is incredibly important, is that about 1% per year overall men's testosterone levels have been falling across all age groups for the last 30 to 40 years. Now, what's doing that?
Why is that?
Yeah, it's a great question. Is it environmental influence, environmental toxin, something going on? It's probably a confluence
Processed
of things.
foods?
Listen, it could be, absolutely. So when Secretary Kennedy talks about the harm that ultra-processed foods can do, when he talks about getting back to nutrient-dense, whole, fresh foods, real food, when he talks about getting active and getting our bodies moving, this all ties together, John. So listen, I am an unapologetic advocate for men's health. I believe in that. Now, that doesn't mean I don't take care of women, because under the Assistant Secretary for Health is our Office of Women's Health. This administration has done amazing things for women. We're going to do amazing things for men. Again, this is an example of our administration caring about men, caring about our warfighters, caring about our republic.
Well, you just want them to be healthy so that they're at the top of their game.
Yep.
I mean, I can't understand the criticism that this is getting. I mean, it makes no sense. Here's something to make you healthier and make you live longer, and and not get a stroke and not get under stress. And yet the Democrats, the communists, are out there criticizing it as if he's doing something wrong. Well, I just don't get. I don't get it.
Well, I understand, and so certainly in my role in my private practice for over 3 decades, I would have individuals, other physicians or nurse practitioners say, "Gee, you know what? You're giving this testosterone to this patient. Isn't that a danger?" Because I think people haven't been highly educated, and that's part of what I'm so excited to be able to, I believe, to help Secretary Hegseth and the Department of War to help educate those healthcare providers in uniform there are outstanding healthcare providers committed to our country, committed to the warfighter. They're great men and women, but to help educate them to say why this is the right thing to do. I'm excited about that.
Tell me about, we're with Admiral Brian Christine. He is Deputy Secretary of Health and HHS, reporting directly to RFK Jr. Admiral Christine, tell us a little bit about what inspired you to take this role.
You know, this is, I will tell you that this is to be the Assistant Secretary for Health is the pinnacle of my medical career. You can serve as the Assistant Secretary either as a civilian, or you could request commission from the President and serve in uniform, in which case you become the senior flag officer, the senior admiral for the Commission Corps of the United States Public Health Service. That's the uniform branch of the United States Public Health Service. People like C. Everett Koop when he was Surgeon General in uniform. It was important for me to wear the uniform and to serve the President and the country in that way. I had a very successful practice. I was very blessed. But to have the opportunity to serve President Trump, to serve our republic, it's a blessing. It was a once in a lifetime chance, and I'm so grateful to President Trump. I'm so grateful to Secretary Kennedy for giving this opportunity.
You know, tell us about the overall. I mean, when Pete Hegseth came in and he had that big speech, remember he got everybody together. Of course, the Democrats criticized that. He got all of his commanders together. And he kind of said, we're going to be doing things differently. Everybody's going to have to pass the right test. You can't be overweight. You can't be slouching around. You've got to lead by example. What was the reaction to that of the entire military brass?
You know, it's interesting. I can't speak to that, what the military's reaction was. But for me, as a citizen and as a member of the administration, I was like, right on, Secretary Hegseth, because he cares about the warfighter. Listen, he was in the field. He knows what it means to be a warfighter. He brings that experience and that passion and that love for the warfighter into his role as the Secretary of War. So I personally thought it was great. And understand too, John, because you make a really good point. When we talk about, testosterone screening and such in warfighters, people always go to, the young warfighter in the field. But we have to remember, think about that. At the Department of War, you have, for instance, men at all age groups serving. There are men like you and me who are a little bit older. You want all of these men in uniform to be sharp and to be ready and to be mentally and physically fit. Having a good level of testosterone is vital for all of those things in all of those men. So it's a spectrum. Yes, you have those war fighters out in the field, but you've also got those individuals who are doing logistics, doing incredibly important things. They've got to be mentally fit. They've got to be ready. And to have a good level of testosterone will help them do that.
Well, the same thing with our commanders, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, many of them are older. You look at admirals, generals,
absolutely.
Lieutenant colonels. I mean, they're not in their 20s. They can't get there in their 20s, so they're going to be older. How is this going to be administered?
So what will happen is that on the annual screening evaluations, the annual physical, if you will, for our warfighters, men or warfighters 30 and older will get routine screening for testosterone. For those younger, if they wish to be screened, they can request it. They'll get the blood test as well. And then, of course, based on that blood test, based upon the symptoms of the individual, then they'll be counseled as to what to do. And so that is being rolled out. And I think that the military is going to do it in a great fashion. It's going to have gold standard science, gold level science guiding them. This is going to be about the health of the warfighter. I'm very, very fortunate, very blessed to be able to have helped produce some of these guidelines, produce recommendations for the screening. I'm going to be there to try to help out educating our warfighters who are rather our physicians and nurses in uniform who take care of the warfighters. I'm going to help that education process. It's a privilege for me to do it. It's a privilege to work with Secretary Hegseth's team. It's a privilege to serve the President and Secretary Kennedy in this role.
What was the genesis of this? I mean, who went to Hegseth and said, this is something we need to do?
Yeah, I don't know specifically, but I do know that for those of us in the men's health space, the true experts, we have recognized for many years that having optimized testosterone levels are really, really important. We've recognized that if men have low testosterone levels, if they're having symptoms and such, we know the negative effects that it can have. It's interesting. Men with low testosterone have a 1.5 to 2 times greater risk of mortality across all causes versus a man who doesn't have low testosterone. We know that testosterone replacement is safe, We know that testosterone replacement, when it's indicated and done properly, makes a tremendous difference.
So what is the level? I mean, you've been in urology, you said, for 3 decades. You're a physician in there. If average guy that's listening to my show now goes, okay, I'm going to get a blood test, see what my testosterone level is, and he's over 40, what should it be?
Yeah, well, you know, so in general, the screening ranges are above 300. You want the blood level to be above 300. That can go up to as high as 800, 850, depending upon the lab. It's a wide range. We want the testosterone level to be there in that good, healthy range.
In the 300 to 800.
Yeah, that's the screening range in general for labs. We know that levels below 300 are considered to be hypotestosterone or low testosterone. Again, we always treat the whole patient. We don't ever treat just a number. We have to look at the whole patient, look at the whole individual, symptoms, what's going on in their life. You know, what
like weight, body fat.
Exactly, because, you know, again, let's say men aren't sleeping well. That can affect their testosterone level. Let's say men are under a tremendous amount of stress, like some of our war fighters are. That can affect their testosterone level. So it doesn't automatically pull the trigger to say, we're going to start giving testosterone. What it does say is we have to look at this number in terms of the overall health of the individual. Some individuals, it will be appropriate to place on testosterone replacement therapy. Some individuals, it won't. You can modify other things. This is about looking at the whole package, the whole health spectrum for our war fighters.
Well, I think not a lot of people pay attention to men's health specifically. I think that's one of the issues that we have. But for our listeners out there, I mean, I think the message here beyond our war fighters, if you're over 40, go get a blood test, right?
I say over 30. I say
over
30.
30.
That's
is
what
it
we're
a
going to be doing.
specific, like when I went, they said you have to do a specific blood test for testosterone. You can't eat. It's got to be at 8 in the morning.
Yeah, it doesn't.
That's the way it works.
So the way our testosterone works, the way our bodies work as men, is that our testosterone levels are naturally higher in the AM hours and then fall in the PM hours. That's the normal, what we call a circadian rhythm, a daily rhythm. So ideally, testosterone levels should be checked in the AM hours, let's say between 9 and noon, something like that, or between 8 and noon. You don't have to be fasting. You don't have to be, just for testosterone level, you don't have to have nothing to eat after midnight, for instance. But again, morning levels are best. If a level comes back and it's abnormal, it's low, oftentimes we'll repeat that to be sure. So because we want to make sure we're doing the right thing. But again, getting a blood test, easy to do. It doesn't commit anybody to any kind of treatment. What it does do, it'll give us a number that, again, I believe for men is probably the single most important number to look at their overall health. And I like your comment about men's health. You know, we work so hard at the Department of Health and Human Services and in this administration to support women and Women's Health Initiative. I don't think there's been any administration that's been more supportive for health of women and children than Donald Trump's administration and Secretary Kennedy. But we do need to focus more on men's health, and we're doing that. Again, chronic disease that Secretary Kennedy talks about, we know they affect men disproportionately. So we are looking at those things. But listen, this administration is all about making America healthy again, and it's all about making America greater than she's ever been, and this is all part of that.
Admiral Brian Christine, what do you think about working for RFK Jr.? Tell our audience something about him that you didn't know until you got a relationship with him.
So this is interesting. If I can tell you a little bit of a story.
Yes.
So as you can imagine, to get this position involved a series of interviews.
Right.
My very last interview for this was in the West Wing, not with President Trump, but with what's called the Presidential Personnel Office. I had the interview.
PPO.
There you go. You know, I was escorted out of the West Wing, which was my first time in the West Wing. And they said, listen, it's between you and one other person. And, you know, the president will make the final decision. Of course, he and Secretary Kennedy, president makes the final decision. And they said, we'll let you know. I'm a Catholic, and so I wanted to pray, and so I walked down to St. Matthew's Cathedral, which is the seat of the Archdiocese.
No,
of
just
Washington.
where it is.
Yep. You know what I mean? Never been in there. I walked there.
It's a big church.
It's a beautiful church. I wanted to pray in front of the high altar in the tabernacle, so I walked down the central aisle, and there at the central aisle in front of the high altar is a disc in the floor that says, "This is where the body of President John F. Kennedy laid in state." And I literally got on my knees and I said, Lord, let me serve this president. Let me work with this man, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Is one of the most amazing moments and powerful moments in my life. And when I relayed that story to Secretary Kennedy on the day he swore me in, he said, Brian, I remember standing in the cathedral looking at my uncle's coffin. I am working with the man whose family, father and uncle, literally shed blood for our republic. I am working for a president who is the greatest president in my lifetime. I couldn't ask for anything more.
What a compelling story to be able to go in there in St. Matthews. I know just where it is. And I go to St. Anne's, so I don't go there, even though it's 2 blocks away. Priest is way too liberal for me, but so we're not going to go there. But it is a beautiful Catholic church, and that is a compelling story. And so your relationship with the secretary going forward, how's that been?
I'm blessed. I'm blessed to work with him every day that I get, or every time when I get to speak to him and brief him on things, interact with him. It's a blessing in my day. It's incredibly meaningful. I'm tremendously respectful of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'm tremendously affectionate for him. Again, working for the president, working with RFK Jr., it's the best.
All right. Men's Health, you guys out there, over 30 years old, get a blood test. Now you've inspired me to get an update, see how I'm doing, and you can do it anytime between 9 and noon, so it doesn't have to be at 8 a.m. You don't have to fast. So that's a good thing. I tried fasting once. That just isn't for me.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm no stranger to the eating utensil. Let's just leave it at that. Great to have you with us on a special edition of the John Fredericks Media Network here live in Washington, D.C. Great to have you with us. Michael Patrick Leahy coming up next. Want to thank our special guest today, Admiral Brian Christine, the Assistant Secretary of Health, HHS, reports directly to RFK Jr. Want to thank Lacey Williams for setting this up on short notice. Lacey, thank you. Very good job. Michael Patrick Leahy next. Don't forget tomorrow, 9 to 11 a.m., Godzilla wins. Don't forget that. It's going to be hot tomorrow. And, of course, my picks every day. I've won 5 baseball games in a row. 5. When I'm hot, go with me.
It's the testosterone, I'm telling you, brother.
It could be.
It could be.
5 in a row, baby. Ride the train. Go to GodzillaWins.com. My picks will be up at 3 o'clock. GodzillaWins.com. I think I'll bet the Orioles tonight. What do you think, Ryan? I know I'm definitely betting against the Red Sox the next 5 games. That I can assure you. Godzilla Wins tomorrow at 9. Thanks for being with us. Michael Patrick Leahy next. Admiral Brian Christine, thank you for being with us.
Let God bless you. God bless our president.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Godzilla Wins. Michael Patrick Leahy right now. All right, we're clear. Open that door. It's so hot here. I don't know why it got so hot.